melodious parody. Wait until they hear the chorus. Sooner or later, the dice land on the table. You know that's what the fables are made of. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's a critical hit. Now it's wall to wall, watch your foes are falling, but it's time to pause, cause Mother Nature's calling. I'll be back in a second and I'll continue the reckoning. They will still be waiting for us. And the pressure grows to make a save and throw, to introduce some movie, turn the lights down low. My armor's exposed, I'm getting full of holes. Think I need another chorus. Sooner or later, the dice land on the table. You know that's what the fables are made of. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. That ain't how we roll. Oh no, it ain't stolen. We on a roll. Hey, we on a rollin'. Sooner or later, the dice land on the table. You know that's what fables are made of. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. This is a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Oh yeah, it's a critical hit. My main man and double damage with it. Everybody sing, oh yeah, it's a critical hit. It's critical, critical.
Critical hit, critical hit, critical hit. It's a critical hit, critical hit, critical hit. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome to a Friday night stream. It is January 7th, 2022. It's been a while since I've been able to play that song, but nothing gets the blood boiling and moving and ready to go on a cold winter's night than something like that. It is wonderful to see all of you, and I hope everyone is looking forward to part 2 of D&D with Viewers Midwintar's Mourning, and you can see for yourself that badass graphic produced for us, of course, by the wonderful people at Critical Crafting. I saw that Arudnell put a command up there. I also saw that apparently something happened to Arudnell that I didn't have a chance to see because I was setting up stuff, and I'm going to have to scroll back up and see what happened, and I hope everything is okay, my friend. I hope you're doing all right, but it's good to see everybody. Welcome, welcome. We had a couple of little tech things that had to be fixed up at the beginning, so we're starting a bit late, but we're here now, and we're ready to go. Before I go any further and introduce you to the wonderful players tonight, a couple of quick reminders. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with exclamation point ArvTube, our Discord with exclamation point ArvCord, our Twitter with exclamation point ArvTweets, and the website for all of this is arvaneleron.com. You can find the previous part of this Midwinter's Mourning playthrough, which we did live from Worldcon last month. You can do that as well over on that YouTube channel. If you haven't done so already, please consider supporting us on the financial side as well. I want to thank Prince Justin for resubbing just now. That was certainly a big help, and I appreciate appreciate everyone who's able to do that for us. Exclamation point Arv Treon is the Patreon, which allows you to support us. We have 21 patrons, $203 per month. Again, that is really the financial backbone of the channel, and it really helps us out. If you have supported us, thank you. If not, please consider doing so. It lets you get inspirations to help the players as well, including the players for tonight's festivities. And of course, we do have the inspirations reset for this month. This is, I think this is my first of the month, actually, of January, of what is going to be a very busy month of tabletop tonight. So this is a good chance to get those things, get de-rusted from the holidays and get ready to get those inspirations out and flowing. Plus other things you can get for yourself and for the channel with a Patreon. Same thing if you support us by subscribing to the channel. You get those custom sub badges and emotes, and all of that is appreciated and really does move us forward as well. So thank you in advance for doing that. If you have done so already, and if not, please consider doing that. Thank you, please, and thank you very much. On the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, which is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Alligator Alley is now fulfilling its From the Mysterious Peaks Kickstarter, and Athos, of course, is just announced the release of my book Greyshade, which is going to be a second edition of this, basically, leading up to my Greyshade Kickstarter, and I'll be able to talk more about that soon. But the Greyshade book is going to be published on May 31st. Very excited about that. Obviously, Greyshade is a big deal for me, so please check that out with exclamation point Greyshade KS. And I'm going to have plenty of announcements on the Adventures of Middle-earth front, and also on the Mysterious Peaks front as well very soon regarding Espergenesis. So I'll be able to talk more about that coming soon. So I've got that. And then, and then the last thing, of course, which is always important to bring up, is exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And exclamation point Help Now, as I scroll up to see what happened to Arudinel. And oh my God, that is awful. Just all bent wrong. I'm glad it wasn't worse, but I'm sorry that happened. As Critchwich said, that's a grimace exactly from me. Oh man, take care of yourself, man. Exclamation point, of course, Help Now is the World Health Organization page for suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Quick note on schedule. Tomorrow we will be with you with some D&D with I&B, with Eberron and Oracle of War, Where the Dead Wait. That campaign, that particular adventure is high tension right now as they try to fight off this siege of a cottage of the undead. So you'll definitely want to be here for that. And then Sunday we have the next Bag of Giving, which is called Nightfell, is the name of the game that's being played to benefit the Response Network. Very cool, exciting game, and we've got giveaways that'll be a part of that. That's going to be Brandon Crilly doing the GMing. I'll be running production for that. Please note earlier start time. That's going to be happening 3 p.m. Eastern on this coming Sunday. And then the week after that, we're going to have a lot of stuff going on, including one thing I want to highlight. Tuesday, Adventures of Middle-earth session is going to be happening at noon Eastern as usual, and we have a big announcement, and I mean a major announcement relating specifically to that game and this channel. So you will not want to miss that. That's coming up noon Eastern on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, Tuesday the 11th. So you'll definitely want to be here for that. It's going to be a good time. So spread the word, tell everyone, and learn all the things that we know. Oh my gosh, the Configuration Queen has gifted a tier 1 sub to Alphabet Streams, and I know who Alphabet Streams is. In fact, you're about to meet that person. Thank you so much, CQ. I appreciate that very, very much. And for the help you out earlier today. Thank you. Thank you. Last of all, I want, of course, to thank Critical Crafting, which is in chat right now, for producing this awesome adventure of Midwinter's Mourning. I'm hoping we'll be able to do a little bit of work with Critical Crafting coming through the year here and there, and I was very happy to be able to showcase this, and I'm grateful to them for sending me this and for making it available to us, and I hope that we've been able to be a good showcase for it, and that will continue tonight. So thank you so much to Critical Crafting and Dylan Olney, who is the brain trust behind this, and to all of the members of that fine crew. Great stuff. It's been a fun adventure, and I look forward to more of that going forward. And with that said, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize for interrupting any amazing conversations that may have been happening when I did so, and then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to you the crew, which was, let me tell you, rocking out during the thing. It was very impressive to see. I almost was tempted to just be like, just surreptitiously be like, oops, look, I've now revealed the whole, look at them, they're all there. But I didn't do that because we want to save the embarrassment for any kind of later moments. I'm wearing my You Can Certainly Try DM shirt. So I feel like I'm ready to go with whatever the party is going to bring us. But of course, you are looking at this amazing crew of people that I got a chance to meet in person last month, which was a lot of fun, just before the complete Omicron wave of doom hit us all. So I'm glad that we were able to meet in person and get out just while the getting was good. But I'm going to allow these wonderful people to introduce themselves, beginning with the gentleman who's right underneath me here on the column. And that, of course, the character name is what you can see, but the real name of this person, of course, is Sean Duke, and it is good to see Sean. Welcome, Sean. How are you? I love the background, by the way. That is not actually green screened. That is actually where Sean's come to us right now from the surface of the sun, apparently, or Mars, or whatever. In fact, what is that picture of? Actually,
it's the Maelstrom creature from Han Solo.
Oh, of course, I was completely aware of that. Totally. I knew that the whole time. How are you doing, Sean? Welcome again to the channel. How have you been? How's life? And who are you playing in our adventure today?
Well, I'm alive, and I'm going to take that as a really positive thing in life.
That's a win. Yep.
Yeah, I take it as a win. Things are going well. I've had my break. I start classes again on Monday, and my class on gaming is going to run, so I'm really excited because I'm going to get to play a lot of RPGs this semester.
Outstanding.
with youngins. Not really. They're adults, but whatever, counts. And then I'm playing Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, a tiefling bard who gets into trouble.
Yes, and is responsible for one of those bits of trouble. Well, for communicating one of these things of trouble that we're going to talk about a little bit later on. Always a pleasure. Good to have you here, Sean. Thank you. And it's also good, of course, to have someone who should be familiar to folks, not only from my channel, but also if you've watched any of the game with Christiana Ellis, you would have seen this person as well on Twitch. And that, of course, is, I'm going to say our very own, even though I know that it's not our own, but we'll just lay claim to him. And that's Prince Justin, who is here. And you can see in the middle of the column. Paul, it's good to see you. And before I say anything, I have to show this because I just got this in the mail, literally, and I want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. I think it's this one. Yes. I got this in the mail and in my email, and this is Paul's work right here. This is Prince Justin's work. And hold on, I've got to, it was so brilliantly upscaled that now I've got to reduce it. Okay. So I just got sent this, and this is apparently, do you want to explain what this is actually, if you don't mind, Prince Justin?
Some listeners of yours may not know, among my other hobbies is cartography. And so I decided to make a map of the world of Arvin Eller and seeding in references to things on this channel, from him to mods to people who play in his games to things that Arv has done. So I basically took a map and started placing place names.
It's so cool. So we've got the rising tides, which is the mountains to the north, it looks like.
Well, he has a Hugo, so that's why I had to make it the big mountain.
That seems logical. We've got the Forbidden Library, of course. That's very cool. I like that. We've got Arvcon Erie. I'm a huge fan of that. Mount Monomyth, a reference to one of my band's albums. We have, is that Lunora Cove?
Yes. Lenora Coven.
Yes. Okay, so I know the reference on both those levels. And Underwood Castle, I think we all know who that may be making reference to, a certain Turbo Tango here. We have Pen and Pixels Point. That, of course, is a GOG.com reference. We've got Gray Shade, and I like that that's just the name. You should all highlight that and consider that. Make that seared into your brain. 2022, the year of Gray Shade, I hope. That's really cool. Then we've got, no, wait, I'm not sure I know. What's the reference with Ilinasta? Is that what that is? Am I seeing that right?
Hilinasta.
Hilinasta. Oh, as in Hilness.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Hilness is going to be... See, this is also referencing mods, too. We've got Jelinek Landing. That, of course, is a reference to my graphic novel. Speculate Straight, a reference to the Speculate podcast I co-host with Mike and with The Rising Tides. We have Icarus Point, my graphic novel. We have Esperberg, yes, as in some Esper Genesis. We have Backburner Bay, and... I like that Lego Freak is just its own thing. Like, it's just Lego Freak, which is there. Metroid Mountains. We have Shadowed Mage Mountain. So we've got that. We've got Port Arvin. We've got Kilobitopolis. Yeah,
I
well,
had to put.
yeah,
it on
that's
there.
great. No, that's really great, and I hope he's smiling somewhere seeing that. Triffid Town, of course. I don't know who who's this Triffid person you refer to. And then we've got what's the bottom?
J-Rab Isle.
Say again.
J-Rab Isle.
Oh, J-Rab Isle, man. This is so much good stuff. And then we've got the Drift, reference to the album, of course, and the Infinity and Beyond Ocean. This is super, super cool. Like, this is one of those things that is super cool in part because it's completely unexpected. Like, I had no idea. And I love maps, as Paul knows. So just getting something like that anyway is super, super sweet. And I heard a little birdie told me that some people may have helped construct give some suggestions on things for this.
And give permission to use their name.
And give permission to use the name. That is super cool. So thank you, Prince Justin. That is really awesome. I'm so tempted to just be like, the hell with critical crafting. We're going to explore the world of Arvin Elrond today. No, I'm not going to do that.
No.
But that is super cool. So thank you. That's really awesome. The Northern Continent's name. Well, the farthest to the north, if you mean the mountains, that's the Rising Tides.
No, but it's kind of hidden. It says Wilsonia.
Where does it say that? I don't.
It's in reverse white.
It's in reverse
traced letters, not blocked in.
There's another one there. Where I'm going to zoom it all the way in. Okay, there's the road. I missed that too. Okay, yeah, yep. I see that. And then
look between Arvcon Area and Roxton. You can see it.
Arvcon Area.
It's kind of blended into the landscape.
Oh yeah, there it is, Wilsonia. Man, that's slick.
I left that one subtle on purpose.
I didn't even see that. And Roxton, there you go, Rock God. I wonder if you maybe gave permission for that. That's super cool. Oh man, why is there no like Prince Justin point or something? Like why?
Because I am not a mod of the channel.
Yeah. Yeah, but you produced the map though.
I did produce the map. I don't generally tuckerize myself unless I have a real good reason to.
An Elrond bite and everything. This is super cool. Could be a reward, like claim this reward to have the map go up again during stream. You'd love to see it posted on Twitter. Do you mean once? Because my plan is to post this on Twitter several times over the next week per hour, probably. Look at this cool thing I got. That's really awesome. Thank you. I'm really honored that you did that. That's super cool. And I love how personalized it is too. Like that's really neat. Thank you. So, as I mentioned, it's also very convenient because it means that all critical failures will be automatically turned into critical success. I'm just kidding. That is not the case. So thank you, Prince Justin. And when you're not making awesome maps that I had not planned on getting, and I'm very honored to have, what exactly have you been up to? How things been with you, and who are you playing today?
I'll work my way outwards. I am playing the Tempest Blue Dragonborn cleric Elruin Bluewater, who's trying to manage these other three. Although I think Reginald thinks he's in charge. He's not in charge. He just thinks he's in charge of the three of us.
I don't even know if Reginald sees himself as a leader or more just like, I'm a lover, not a fighter, like, type of thing.
Well, given when I joined the Critical Crafting Discord, everyone wondered if I was Reginald. So
really?
Reginald is clearly the standout star of the trio.
I see.
I'm just a straight man.
Right. He's the star that stirs the drink, but you're the actual drink. So without you,
I'm the actual drink. So yeah. So I did not win a Hugo at Worldcon, but it was great to meet you finally and see Sean and meet Triffid at last. So that was all good. And I'm just trying to stay warm here in the Great White North, where it was -20 this morning here. Fahrenheit, that is.
Wow, super
cold.
colder.
It was colder for Reginald. So
yes. We got down to about, I think, like 18 or 19 Fahrenheit a few days ago. It's fine. Winter's finally arrived, but it's about freaking time. It's January 7th. Like let's go. Like I'm ready for the sledding. But anyway, but it's a pleasure to have Prince Justin with us. And again, thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate that very much. And I also appreciate the fact that we have our very own as well, Triffid Mats, with us. Triffid is here, as you can see this. Now, this is a familiar face to anyone who has watched Community D&D on this channel, which is going to be, in all likelihood, restarting this month, probably late this month, but it looks like it's going to happen. Just the confluence of events will return, and that's great because obviously there are a lot of fans of that show, including myself. But I'm excited to see that Triffid is here. And so, yeah, Triffid, how are you doing? Have you recovered from the Worldcon experience that was whatever we did last month? And how's life with you? And who are you playing today?
Hi, I'm Triffity Mats. Sorry that the heat just kicked on here, but I will try to speak over it. Uh, yeah, I've recovered from Worldcon. I had a lot of fun during Worldcon, and work has been challenging with staff on holiday and stuff for the last few weeks, but that seems to be hopefully settling down, maybe. But I'm really looking forward to playing tonight. I've certainly been looking forward to it all week since we settled when we were going to do this, and continuing and finding out what else is in store for us. Sounds like a whole lot of fun.
It is going to be a good time, and I'm excited to have these wonderful players with us. And so let me fire up the music here, and let's get rolling. I am using music here from Green Forge Studio, which we have, of course. This music was licensed and commissioned, not commissioned by us, but licensed by us. So we have some of this. So I'm going to fire up some of our tavern music. I will say that I seem to remember, and Critical Crafting, folks from Critical Crafting in chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I remembered at some point something came up about the possibility of there having been custom music for this adventure. That may be completely wrong, in which case I am very happy to use the music we already have. If I'm not wrong, then is there such a thing that exists? And by the way, there shouldn't be, because it's already insane how much work you folks do on a monthly basis for this. But I'm just double checking, because I want to make sure that we're getting everything showcased for you folks when this comes. So I'm just waiting to see if there's any response with this thing about the stuff. Right now they're like, music, what is it? What is that clown talking about? It's what they're actually saying. So we're going to go with the tavern music. Yeah, this is really cool. Green Forge does great work. Okay, I'm going to assume that I'm completely wrong and I don't know what I'm talking about. Would not be the first time. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what happened in our last session, folks. In our last session, this party consisting of Illyrian Bluewater, Dragonborn Cleric, the drink, Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, Tiefling Bard, the straw that stirs it, and Vivian, the victorious Halfling Fighter, who cleans up the continual mess as the result. These three characters have traveled here to Midwintar. Now, part of the reason that they came to a place like this was because their last adventure, which, according to them, didn't go as well as they planned. I mean, it was okay, but it was kind of a little bit of a cluster, but they got through it and they made it and it was fine. But it was done in a temple that was in the middle of a swamp. And so there was a lot of heat and also a lot of mosquitoes, and it was bad. So the three of them had agreed, you know what, we don't want to do that. Let's go to the opposite of that. And so they found themselves in Midwintar. So when they are pulling themselves through hours worth of snow and slush and, negative temperatures, let's be clear that that's just because that's what they wanted. So they came up here, and when they came up here, they ended up meeting... Oh, I'll turn that down a little bit. You can actually turn it down as well on your end. There we go. Drop that down a little bit. You can also turn it on your end, just so you know, Triffid, in Roll20 if you need to, but I dropped it down. Thank you. So the party went to Midwintar, although originally when they came there, that wasn't necessarily the plan that they had. They had some ideas about what they were going to do with it, but it wasn't 100% sure that they were going to. And that's when they met this fellow, who I'm going to put on stream in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and go. This fellow was the one that they had actually met. Admiral Airy, who was an awakened penguin, who also is an admiral. Very clear, to be clear, not apparently a captain, nor in fact a penguin who's cosplaying. This is actually an admiral who commands a fleet, apparently, of boats. And the admiral explained to them that there were some serious problems, that the children of Midwintar were being taken by something, were disappearing from the town, and that this was obviously causing huge problems, especially around this time. This is a holiday celebration. They celebrate their god Yule, and there's all kinds of good things that come as a result of it. And so for it to be spoiled by this fear and uncertainty is something which is really a shame. And so Admiral Airy has sworn that he would protect, that he would do everything he could to protect the children, and that started with finding adventurers. And he looked this party up and down. They were carrying knapsacks. Sir Reginald was carrying a harp twice his own size. Clearly, they were ready to go. I mean, they were adventurers from all appearances. And so the party agreed to do this and traveled across the water to Midwinter. But they didn't get there all the way completely unscathed, or at least unchallenged, because as they were heading over, not that long before they reached it, first of all, they went through a terrible snow squall, which actually did a little bit of damage to them. Illyrian kept seeing this massive black worm-like shape under the water, Loch Ness Monster style, that no one else saw until the very end, and all that. And when they got close to the island where Midwinter is to be found, they were stopped by a Jotun troll called Scass the Bristling. But thanks to some careful negotiation and a particularly good persuasion roll from, I believe it was Illyrian, the party managed to pass by Scass the Bristling without getting into a fight, and that allowed them to actually get onto land, whereupon they had to then walk another couple of hours to actually get to Midwinter itself. Vivian rode ahead, or ran ahead, I should say, because in the meantime, Illyrian was helping Sir Reginald Bartholomew III with his harp, by which I mean Sir Reginald was on the harp while Illyrian pulled it through the snow, and that was interesting. They saw something pass to the town. They didn't know exactly what it was, but it seemed strange, and they were met by someone who Vivian met as well. When Vivian got to the town gate, there Vivian met Ijani, who was this character who apparently was a sort of the leader of the town guard or the town militia, except that there doesn't seem to be much else of the militia except Ijandi, basically. And also, Ijandi does not speak common. In fact, almost no one in Midwinter speaks common. And so Vivian had to do a lot of negotiation through hand signals and sign language and all that sort of thing. And yeah, trying to make all these references and universal sign for what do you mean and things like that. But did manage to get into the town and sort of communicate that there were two people out, two members of her party that still needed to be gotten. And that, of course, were Sir Reginald and Illyrian. So sending someone out to get that is Jandi on the back of a sled pulled by several dogs. Reginald and Illyrian were found. Illyrian and Reginald tried to bring the harp over to the sled. Ijani made it very clear that was not how this was going to go down. And so Sir Reginald was finally grudgingly convinced to leave the harp there for now under cover and protection, and then go back with Illyrian and Ijani back to the town. In the meantime, Vivian had managed to track down also something that would allow her to communicate to others, and that is that she ended up going to a man named Papa Cochrane, who is sort of the de facto, I don't know if mayor would be the right term, but at least is seen as kind of a leader among his people, has been around for a very long time, almost a very Santa Claus-ish sort of looking figure, handing out presents to the children. And one of the things that he handed to Vivian was some kind of a helmet that allowed her to understand what he and everyone in the town was saying. And so after a quick Tai Bo / Tai Chi training montage moment with the children doing some kind of, very fluid things, exactly, then went over to Hunter's Hall and met up with Sir Reginald and Illyrian, where they began to find out some information from the locals about the disappearing children. But just as they were gathering this information, Sir Reginald heard a mysterious sighing sound, a kind of musical sighing, coming from beyond the window. And it turned out that it was actually a song being sung, asking, very politely it must be said, to enter the place and have some food. And Sir Reginald was kind of like, this is not maybe a good idea, sang back to the person, explained that this was really not the way that we wanted this to go down. And the creature sang back, and this back and forth thing went on for a while. And then the creature said, okay, fine, maybe I'll come by later on or whatever, and left. The party, once they heard about this, got quite freaked out, declared that they would hunt them down immediately, until the bartender, basically here inside Hunter's Hall, laughed and said something to the effect of, "You'll never kill that one. He can't be killed." And then there was this moaning sound from outside. And that was where we brought our session to a close. And it is there where we pick up. The sound has died away. The creature does not seem to be singing anymore to Sir Reginald. And the party still does not know which or whom exactly is responsible for the disappearance of the children. So they have some information to gather. And then they have to save these children. And so with that, I'm going to hand things back over to the party. You are standing inside the Hunter's Hall, where the fire is warm and the beer is plentiful, as they say. And I am curious as to what the party would like to do. What do you want to do?
I want to be clear. As I recall, by food you meant children.
Well, you specified that you kept asking that question, and it kept being like, well, there are different options, in singing form. So, yes, there are some legends that is what, in fact, this creature, which is known as Mary Leewood, sometimes asks for. And it also is this ghostly kind of figure, by the way, for those who missed the last session, which possibly might have gone into the city ahead of Sir Reginald and Elorian. Not totally clear that it's the same thing, but it's possible. So yeah, maybe children.
I feel like I've got my interpretation of what it meant fairly clear, but I don't know how I could have misinterpreted that. But sure. Well, so I am correct that we don't really know what this, well, first off, y'all realize I was talking to some entity, but in song.
And you weren't talking to yourself for a change.
That is correct. Thank you, sweetie. But maybe now that we know what its name is, maybe we should see what we know about it. So perhaps someone who might be smarter than at least one of the other of you could perhaps see if you know. Does anyone know what this thing is? What do we know about it? Other than the guy telling us that it can't be killed, which, I mean, no offense, but I don't believe him.
Here, by the way, is a picture that I've just put onto the Twitch stream of that same creature that we're discussing. And you can see for yourself that it seems perfectly friendly. No. So you can see indeed what it looks like. So yeah, so when you, that's the question. Do you want to ask that? Who do you want to ask about that? Because you've got the kids in here, you've got Papa Cochran in here, and you've got also this bartender who I will find the name for in just a minute. Yes, Navdir, who is the chill-touched, you might remember, creature. Sort of looks like ice is all around its skin and stuff, affected by the winter, the particularly strange, almost magical winter storms that sweep through this island.
Let's talk to the bartender, because the bartender seems to know more. I mean, it's his declaration that this thing can't be killed. So, I'm going to go strolling up to the bartender. Good sir, if that is how to address you. We adventurers came here seeking rest and respite, but we cannot allow the abduction and threat to children to go unanswered. We had heard tales of several possible suspects to this, but this entity that manifested here and now clearly is something that is a clear and present danger to these children, is it not?
Yeah. Well, you could say that. It's clear and present danger just to live on this island, to be truthful with you. Those who live here have no foolery to be able to leave it. Now, if they were to go down somewhere else, maybe to the swamps, where it was warmer, that might make sense. But if you're going to live on this God's forsaken isle, then yes, danger is everywhere around. But I don't think Mary Leewood took them. Mary Leewood's been here for a long time. Why start taking them now? Like as not, it might have been a troll or an ogre or another giant that had something to do with it. We get them around here sometimes.
Well, we met a troll coming in, and I don't believe the trolls are responsible. Tell me about the giants and the ogres.
Oh, there's plenty of them. The ogre, well, that's probably more of a legend. There's rumor that there's an ogre that sometimes steals children, but it's an old wives' tale made to frighten children into behaving. You know, come do your chores or otherwise Grilla will come get you. Take this or Grilla will come get you. Now, when he says Grilla, you notice that a bunch of the kids sort of nod furiously. Now, you can hear him, understand him and learn because he's actually speaking in common. But as the children are chattering, the only one who understands them is Vivian, because Vivian's wearing the helmet. The other two of you are like, it just sounds like, you know, it's like all gobbledygook to you because they're not speaking your language. But you do understand him because he is speaking in common. But they all immediately you do hear them say over and over again, Grilla, and nodding and sort of whispering to each other as if that name is familiar to them.
Grilla. Right, so we heard about the Yotan trolls, we heard about this Grilla. Tell me about the giant.
Well, you see, once in a while up here, the giant actually wanders through the isle, and there's different ones, but it's mostly a frost giant who occasionally comes by. But it's been a number of years, but every so often the giant stops by and reaches down, picks up a couple of people, and throws them into the water, for a laugh, you might say. It's just one of those things that happens occasionally when you live in a place like this. But it's been a long time. It's conceivable that something else has defeated it. There was all that business with the, what did they call that? Is it the Ordning or something? There was this party of heroes that managed to save the world, the Sword Coast anyway, some time ago, and I believe they might have calmed that down a bit. But yes, occasionally a frost giant swings by. But the trolls and ogres are an even bigger problem. Now, whether there's an actual ogre called Grilla, that seems silly. I don't know. You say that it's the trolls don't have them, but you can't trust trolls. I mean, they're trolls.
We dealt with the troll coming into the harbor. I believe the troll, when the troll told us that they had nothing to do with the abductions.
Did you deal with him by killing him?
No, while I will call lightning down upon the enemies of me and mine, I bantered him with words and with protestations against violence. I do not always have to fight in order to get my way.
Well, in my experience, the only way you get your way is by fighting or by drinking. Hopefully, in a nice warm place. And he looks around. And that's this place, until I walk outside the doors and remember that for some reason I'm stuck in this God's forsaken place. And you notice that everyone is completely ignoring that part of it as if they've heard this a million times before. And he kind of shakes his head and mutters to himself about something about kids these days and goes back.
One final question. What are the Yule lads? I've heard tell of them.
Well, the Yule lads. They're kind of, they're fairies, tricksters, you might say. They come around, especially this time of year. They say that they're there on behalf of their god of Yule, but the truth is they're mostly here to cause a nuisance, to switch up the taps, so I think that I'm pouring out hog sweat when in fact it's goblin pee or something like that. And believe me, when someone asks for hog sweat, you don't want to give them goblin pee. That's not at all what you want. And he kind of shakes his head as if remembering, gives you that 1,000 beer stare, and then says, in any case, they do little tricks, little games. I suppose it's possible that, but they're nuisances. They're not evil. They're just, annoying. And sometimes children even pretend that the Yule lads have done something when it was one of them that did it. Do you know what happened to the children? He sort of yells at the children, and he says this in common, and the sort of children stare up at him, and he rolls his eyes. And they all they all nod solemnly, that they had nothing to do with it. As if you can believe them. They're less trustworthy than the trolls. He goes back to polishing his mug.
So am I to understand this correctly? Have you ever seen a troll or an ogre do anything bad?
Oh, yes. I've actually seen it myself. When I was younger, man, I was out there, adventuring like a fool. And It was a run-in with a troll that caused me to be injured. Barely escaped with my life. And then I was in the midst of one of those storms, and he looks down at his blue, spiky, arms covered with ice and says, well, you can see what happened. Can't trust trolls.
What exactly happened with this troll?
It ambushed my party. Killed a bunch of them. There were 5 of us. And it killed 4, threw them around as if they were so much kindling and pieces of branches, and as if they were nothing at all to him. Tossed them around him. And then only I was left. I drew my sword. Step by step, I moved in. And then he roared at me, backhanded me. I lost my sword, went flying back 50 feet, hit my head on something in the snow, and when I came to, barely alive, I was there covered in blood and ice, and the troll had gone. That was all I needed to know about the trustworthiness of the trolls.
Got it. So you've blamed an entire species of people on the grounds of one incident, which might have been confusing. Got. I just want to make sure I understood where you're coming from, my friend.
Kind of narrows his eyes as he looks at you.
Friend bartender, consider Reginald as a tiefling and can be sensitive about prejudice against a particular kind.
Yes, certainly wouldn't want to judge them by anything. And he looks at the harp and then looks up at you and then looks back at the harp and then looks up at you. I know that bards are all different from each other. And then he kind of turns slowly and looks down at the mug in his hand.
How many bards can you say have a full-sized harp that they travel with? 0, I tell you. It has never happened. I am unique. How dare you, sir?
He says, actually, not. And let me not misspeak. We did get the harp there eventually, right?
I was wondering that.
Or was it a lute? Because I know you said you had a backup instrument. I was trying to remember if you left the harp outside or not.
It was left for retrieval afterwards.
Yeah, so I think this is the lute we're talking about. Okay, so let me rephrase. Not the harp, but looks down and up to the lute, and then says and so when you say that, and so when you say the thing about the harp, and it's kind of like, I don't know about a harp. I do, however, see your portable stringed instrument.
Yeah, we get them all at the same place because there's 8 instruments you can have. It's not my fault that you all are musically impaired, okay? Work on the number of instruments you have going on. How many instruments can you play? Exactly.
And he kind of shakes his head and he looks around and he says to you, Vivian, is he always like this? I can't hear you. You're speaking, but there's no sound. It's like you're...
Pretty much. He is indeed very typical of himself.
Typical of himself. I see.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He says, in any case, you can ask some of the townspeople if you want to know more. But as for me, I'd blame the trolls. And so he kind of, turns back to his mug polishing. So that's what you know. I mentioned some of the other particulars of the people in there, but...
Vivian, thoughts? Ideas?
Well, I'm tempted to go right out and hunt this thing, but the fact is we've all had a very long day with a sea voyage and a long walk through difficult terrain, so perhaps it would be wiser if we were to retire for the night and start fresh in the morning. But if you all want to go and hunt this thing while the trail may be fresh as such, I'm willing to go with you.
Well, I will say that, getting here was really a trial for me. A lot of work getting through the snow, dealing with the harp. So I think I would agree. I would very much like my harp back. So maybe given that you can speak to them with your magic hat, you could maybe figure out what's going on with my harp, and then I could feel comfortable finally resting after such a long, arduous, difficult, rough day where I worked so hard to get here.
But
is Shnadi still around, or did the guard go back to their post?
Has gone back to their post. You could certainly go track her down. She is basically lives here in this tower that you know from having gone there initially. So you could certainly, go back and find her easily enough. It's not that big a town, as you can see.
But there's only one guard, and she probably would not want to leave her post again just to go get the harp, or even with a group of people. Is it dark outside by now?
It is dark. There is a moon beginning to rise, casting a kind of an eerie white glow above in the sky. That presumably could help light your way, but it's certainly not very bright.
Frankly, I'm a little puzzled that you left your harp behind in the first place.
They made me.
They wouldn't take the harp on the sled.
Right. They gave me a look that suggested they might kill me if I tried to bring the harp.
Oh, they looked at you, did they? Wow.
I don't like when people look at me bad. You remember that one guy we met? You know what I'm talking about. Felicity.
Yeah, but I mean, how often are you going to run into someone who'll kill you just because you chew with your mouth open? I mean, it's not.
He's going to ride this story till our dying day. One guy in one tavern, thousands of miles from here, and he's going to ride us for it forever.
It's all I've got.
But to answer your question, Vivian, I think rest is required. I'm exhausted, and
Really?
I'm not gonna. If you were to remember Sir Reginald, who was pulling the harp for most of the rest of until the sled found us.
I don't remember that, but it's okay. I get it. You've got elephant memory and all that, so.
So and then in the morning, we're gonna have to rely on you, Vivian, for communication with most of the townsfolk because I do not speak their language.
All right. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can find us a place to sleep. And so I'm going to go over to the mayor.
Okay.
Krakus?
Papa Cochran.
Papa Cochran.
Yes.
Right. I will go over to him and excuse me, good sir.
Yes, of course.
It's been a long day for the three of us, and while we do intend to go and look for the children, we will be much better prepared to do that if we can get some rest tonight. So is there a place we can stay?
Oh, certainly. Yes. In fact, I think we went and tried to find the place that there is. Let me see. My dear, and he calls to his wife, who has also been checking around and speaking to some people in a low voice inside the hall. And she comes over and she says, yes, we found you a place. It's a little unfortunate because they're one of the families that, their child has gone missing. But they're willing to put you up for the night, and it's probably the place that's got the most room. This place here is, it's full up, and frankly, there's not a lot of extra rooms. But this place that we're talking about here, they would be happy to have you there. They're the Vron family, kind people, but as I say, sort of, sad. We thought that you could perhaps stay there and ask them any questions that you might have, too. They are obviously distraught at the loss of their child, as you could expect. Kind of oh wait, you just cut out, I think.
That sounds very good. Thank you. And I believe we're all ready to retire now.
And nods. Have a good night, Cedric Lanks. And says, all right, then if you'll follow me. And sort of nods to the children who come over. A couple of them beg you, Vivian, for, can you take out your sword and actually let them play with it for a while? And you know, the she kind of like said, don't bother Vivian, children, you know, that kind of thing. And you all depart and head down to what I hope Critical Crafting is not going to be mad at me for placing here as the Vron household. I think that's where it is. Brings you over to that place. And when you get there, and so all three of you could move your, if you wish, can move your tokens over to that spot. When you get there, where did my Vron notes go? There we go. Okay. Yes. So you note that the house is very, very dimly lit. And so it's very, you're not in the house quite yet, actually, just like right outside here. Because when you get there, you can see that the house is very dimly lit and quiet. And it's a big change from the roaring fire and the very well lit and relatively warm confines of the Hunter's Hall you just left. And you can see there's a dirty window outside, and looking through it, you can see that the home is dimly lit by a small fire that's flickering and sputtering. And there are shadows of a figure sitting before the fire, head in their hands. The door to the house is closed tight, presumably against the cold, and drifting snow has piled high against it. And the mayor's wife kind of frowns and, you know, Oscar Millet says, and you recognize that Vivian as open up. And then a voice from inside, a sobbing voice, says, Fardenbort! Now, you all hear Fardenbort, except for Vivian, who hears go away. And the mayor's wife sort of frowns again and, you know, and says, you promised you would give these people shelter. And the sobbing kind of increases a note and then stops. And you hear a couple of steps coming close to the door, and then and sort of pushes the door, or pulls the door in a little bit. Actually, no, pushes it out. I'm sorry, door goes outward. Pushes the door outward against the drifting snow. So manages to reveal what looks like a woman wearing an apron, which is covered in flour, in standing in the doorway. And you can see behind her in this relatively small place that there is a man that is sitting before a small, sad fire with his head in his hands. And the woman with the flour in her apron has, you can see, sort of dark bags around her eyes as if she hasn't slept. And there are two small girls who are clinging to her dress. Their eyes look wide with fear. And the last thing I would note is that from your vantage point, you can also see a pair of wooden shoes on the windowsill, and the shoes are filled to the brim with candies. And so the woman just sort of stands there, and the mayor's wife says, all right, it's not Mr. Dortier. And you hear that, Vivian, as, well, it's about time that you've opened the door, Dortier. You said you would let these people in. And Dortier silently sort of nods and opens the door a little further, and then turns and, brushing some flour from the apron, walks away back towards the table. And the girls kind of like, you know, like hurry after her, basically, so as not to be left behind. And the mayor's wife looks at you and kind of shrugs and says, well, as I said, they're kind people. They're just, yes, so this will be your place to sleep, and tomorrow you can talk to the other townspeople if you wish. And, well, have a good evening, and sort of looks kind of vaguely uncomfortable at this whole encounter, and bows and backs away. And meanwhile, and you're sort of left just standing in the house with the completely silent, silent, presumably father on the chair, and the two girls staring at you, and the mother who's kind of looking as well into the fire.
Right. My first thing, I look at the small flickering fire and I turn to Ilarion and say, please find the wood pile and bring in some more wood so that we can stoke up this fire. I don't want to. I think we need some help for that.
Gladly. I'll go look, see if the house has.
All right.
wood
And
pile.
with Ilarion, I'm confident
Okay.
he'll find some wood somewhere to help with this fire. I will step inside, and since the woman walked away, I will bow to the man and say, greetings, good sir. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. And I kind of glance around, and I say, we are going to do our best to find your child in the morning or tomorrow, but first we all need some sleep because we're very tired. Where may we sleep?
And he says, he seems like he did not hear anything you just said.
Okay,
He
I
seems
look around.
very, very sad.
Where are the children? Are they standing and watching, or did they go
Yeah,
away
they're
with Mom?
literally quite literally clutching the apron, the old saw, the clutching the apron strings, like literally clutching the
yep.
apron of the mother, who is also standing in the fire. She is not sobbing the way the father is, but is just, you know, almost staring off, not in a trance, but like clearly just in shock almost.
Good evening, children.
And they're like, oh. And one of them actually ducks, like literally behind the mother, and the other one is just like, just staring up at you.
Do I have a piece of candy or a shiny copper coin or something? Here,
Certainly, we have a copper coin. I mean,
I'll dig out a shiny copper coin and hold it out to the kid who is not hiding.
And the kid sort of is like, you know, staring.
I
and
rotate the coin so that it reflects the firelight a little bit, and I smile and hold it out to them.
And the kid does not take it, but like looks up at the mother, who doesn't seem to notice that you've offered it, and looks back down, and then kind of like holds out a trembling hand, and then like takes the coin and
I let them take it, and I say,
sort of looks at it.
"Hello, child. Isn't that pretty?"
Karishne? And that you hear that as yes. I'm going to come to you in a minute, by the way, Lorian.
Good.
You're outside.
You can keep that. Meanwhile, my friends and I want a place to sleep. Do you know where there's a bed or 3 beds that we can use?
And kind of looks over at the, looks up at her mother, and then kind of like pulls at the apron of her mother, and the mother finally looks down, sort of, Kalan Gesmek, which is you hear as, "What's wrong, child?" And the child whispers, and you kind of pick up snatches of like coin and bed and people. And finally, Dortier sort of looks up and sees you, clearly not for the first time, but it's like finally taking note of you, and is like, I'm sorry. What do you want from us? And Reginald, you hear that as really some gibberish, but
We are tired. We need a place to sleep. We were told you could provide a place for us to sleep. Tomorrow we're going to search for your child, but tonight we need to rest. Can you help us do that?
And she nods slowly, and yes, you'll help us find our son?
Tomorrow.
Oh.
Tonight we must sleep.
Oh, yes. That will, yes, the bed's in there. And then you hear from a gruff, low, sobbing voice say, "In the root cellar." And she kind of turns and, the root cellar. Yes, we. And she turns back. We live above a root cellar, a large one. There are places where it is warmest down there, and there are several places where you would find comfortable sleep. The beds here are small, but it's, well, and she kind of looks a little uncomfortable. There's something wrong with it. The cellar.
Is it flooded?
No, it's not flooded. It's, well, there are, there's, it's, and then you hear the gruff, "Something is stealing our food." Misery on miseries. And
Well,
she
perhaps
says,
if we sleep in the root cellar tonight, we'll see who's stealing your food.
and she nods like seeming really, "Oh, yes, that would be, yes," and seems like more animated than before. "Yes, yes, that would, yes, please. It's safe, just, we don't know where the food is gone." And, "Food from our table," comes the voice again from the man in the chair.
Okay, would you show Sir Reginald here the root cellar, and I'll see if my friend is about ready. My other friend is about ready to come in.
And
he was going to get fetch some more firewood, since I couldn't help noticing that your fire has run low.
"Oh, we have not much wood, and we, well, at least not close, well." Now, as you're having this conversation, Elurian, you have gone outside, and where are you looking, by the way, just for the wood pile around this?
I'm going to do a relatively straightforward look around the building and then keep moving further out as until I come across it. So I'll start like going around here, around the building.
Yep. So it doesn't take you long because it's, well, here, like where wood piles are usually, like, and so it seems odd. It's a perfectly functional wood pile. It's not very far. There's plenty of it, but so it's right there.
I will take a goodly amount of wood in my arms and go back. It's like,
and so you're walking in the door when Vivian, you're turning to sort of see this thing about the wood, and you see he's got an armful of wood, and Dortier, the wife, sees this and kind of doesn't say anything, just kind of like shrugs, and the father takes no notice of all, of course.
Okay, so since they are apparently not doing anything,
they are consumed by their grief, Vivian.
Right. I will help Lurian build up a fire. Not a huge blazing fire that's going to take hours to burn down safely enough to go to sleep, but more wood and more heat than it is right now.
Okay. Yeah. And as you do that, by the way, you notice the father makes no move to stop you and barely seems to notice you at all. Is just deep in his reverie of grief, and occasionally lets out a sob, and occasionally the only thing that he does say now and again is Sigurd, and then he sobs some more. Sigurd, my Sigurd, and then sobs. And this pall just seems to have cast itself over the entire house, even as you are like lighting it up and warming it up. It just is. It's not a happy place.
I play some music on my lute to try to liven things up just a little bit.
Okay. Do you have? Is there? Are you playing something like a kind of? Well, there was a sailor. Or are you just kind of lightening it slightly, type of thing? Like super happy, or are you trying to like modify it a bit?
I would call what I'm playing progressive folk. So, but
a lot of
I'm not. It's
off rhythms, 7/8.
yeah,
time,
a lot of 7/8 times,
Mhm.
unusual key signatures, really unusual chord changes,
Right.
things like that. No lyrics, just playing it. You can't really dance to it, but if you wanted to, it would look like something was wrong with you.
Yes, that's pretty much describes progressive music. Yes. And a rude no with the doodly doodly do command. Can I have you roll a performance check for me, please, original?
Oh, of course, of course. What is my modifier on that? It's probably high. It better be.
Better be. Are you
It's just a 5. Okay, incoming. Come on, let me see the chat. Thank you.
I was waiting for you today. Today's Tom Sawyer gets high on you.
I did good.
Yeah. So I mean, you hit all the changes. Do 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 do. So you're doing that, and you get the feeling that the children seem to perk up a little bit, and the mother at least seems to be like aware. Everything with this woman feels like it's going through molasses, and it's not clearly that there's any kind of magical weight on her, but it just, again, like recovering from shock. The father seems like, you could play, to jump out of game for a second, Enter the Sandman or like something else, and it would have the same effect. Like he's just not paying attention. But everyone else seems to be slightly more perky, I guess we might say.
I mean, if I played some like Nightwish, would that help? Because it'd at least be in his language.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that, or some maybe some Opeth. Like if we could get some, something to be in that general vicinity. Yeah, he does not seem to be reachable at the moment, anyway. But they bring, so they do this, and then they bring you over to a trap door in the floor, and pull it up, and you can feel warmth coming up from down below. And they lead you down, if you follow them, lead you down into what apparently is this root cellar, if all of you go there.
Yeah.
And if you are going to do that, then I am going to bring you to a new map. All right. And you will note, by the way, chat, it's a root cellar, and we begin by looking at roots. So right there. All right. So, I'm going to move. Where's my dice roller? Okay. So there we are. So yes. So you come down into this small root cellar. The air down here is surprisingly warm, and the creaking stairs that lead down to it appear to be well worn. This is not like some basements that you try to go in once every 5 years if you have to. You know what I mean? Like, this is a basement that clearly they go into quite a bit for, various food storage and stuff. And there are, as you can see in the picture, rows of like root vegetables and canned goods and cured meats that are lining the shelves. And you notice that there are crumbs littering the floor and a sack of opened flour which sits on a nearby shelf, seemingly torn open with abandon. And that happened, so you see that, and the mother who's led you down, Dortier, kind of shakes her head, and she says, "We don't know what it is, but something has been coming here and taking things from us, we think. Or at least we don't know. But we have not... the children are afraid, and I cannot manage everything myself. My husband is so sad. He simply sits in the chair and stares into the fire for hours ever since Sigurd is gone. And we are... I don't know what it is. It's not rats or mice. First of all, it's too cold, and besides, there's more than that." And you can see indeed that this doesn't look like it was chewed through. It looks like it was ripped open, this bag. And you can also see that there are several, not only shelves, but there are plenty of these like sacks, these are large sacks that would probably be easy enough for any of you to sleep on. Even the Dragonborn could probably fit under one of these. Although the torn ones, it's up to you what kind of bed you want. But
So you said that it was strangely warm? Am I correct?
Surprisingly warm, yeah. Like, you wouldn't have expected it to be, because there's no fire down here or anything. But it is pretty warm, and I wouldn't say stuffy, but it's like, it feels, there's no ventilation coming in and out of this. It's just pretty, some kind of ambient warmth, maybe from ground temperatures. Maybe this is near some like thermal area, where there's like that's possible, and maybe that's what you're feeling. But so
It's not by any chance heated by a farting board.
it is not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
It is definitely not. It is definitely not.
All right.
Emphasis on D, not T.
So I guess so. It's strangely warm. Clearly, I've gotten the news that these bags have been ripped open by something.
Not rats.
They say not rats is the information we got through for Vivian. But I want to be clear. Visually, does it look like something a rat would have done? Like, could these be rats of unusual size?
I don't think they exist. You should go. Well, if you want, you could go over, Reginald, and take a look at it. Like, bend down and kind of investigate closer if you want to do that.
I mean,
by the way,
let's do it.
Let me also bring. Sorry, I should have done this already. Let me bring your characters. Just a second here over so that you can use them as you wish. Okay, these are clearly not to scale. Let's get those a little bigger. There's Reginald. There is Vivian. Reginald's going to be a little bigger.
Is that supposed to be like a little thing of carrots, or is that like organs?
And then we've got that.
Oh, you mean that? That looks like roots.
Are you talking about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, roots. Like more
Okay.
like carrots or, like that's what it looks like to me. Root vegetables.
Oh,
Or
it just
if
looks
you're in the
like-
Midwest, I guess it's root vegetables, right?
Roots.
Prince Justin, everything, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Root
turnips and
vegetables.
things.
I mean, I'll believe it, but let's be honest. It looks like something that came in from inside a body.
It's true. No, these look to be normal root vegetables, apparently. But yeah, so you can go over if you want to check that out. Also, hi, Dragon Spear. You can go over if you wanted to check that out more carefully.
Not only have I done that, I've already rolled an investigation check.
Oh, and a 23.
Yes.
Yeah, very clearly not chewed. There are also no rat or mouse droppings here. It looks very much like this thing was torn apart by something, but not by jaws. Not like, type of thing. Like something grabbed it and pulled it.
Got it. Okay. When I look around, do I see any like places where something could have come through the ground, like the walls of the cellar? Is there anything that looks obvious as a place where something could come through other than the entrance that we came through?
I would ask you to make another investigation check. While you're doing that, Dortier says, "Excuse me, I'm going to go back upstairs with the children. If you have need of anything else, please let me know. I will bring down water if needed, and we will bring down blankets as well."
Please thank her for me, Vivian.
Yeah, because you hear that as
Yeah. Bob,
So-
I get the sense that it's like,
Yeah.
this is your spot,
So you can do that if you wish, Vivian, and then she departs. And in the meantime, you are definitely convinced, Reginald, that you are absolutely in a cellar. You've seen cellars before, and this definitely is of a basement variety. Not an attic, clearly not. Definitely not an outhouse. It's definitely a cellar. All of which is to say that you're pretty confident that that's the only exit from what you can tell. But it does look at one thing you can tell as you're looking around, though, is that as you can see, it's not the only sack that's been ripped open. There are several of these that have been. And so that's definitely happened before. And there are multiple sacks like that around the room.
Great. Well, look, I don't know what to tell you all, folks. Clearly, it's the people that are in the house, so I suggest we put some tripwires on the door and we go to bed.
Yes to going to bed. I don't believe about the tripwires, however.
There's no other way to get in here. I looked. There's literally no other way. There's one entrance. They're probably ripping their own stuff. They're probably like waking up in the middle of the night possessed by some sort of dual demon.
Sleepwalking?
Or possessed, or maybe they're not really people. They're like secretly Yule Fey people, or something's going on. But all I can tell you is Nothing else could possibly have gotten into this cellar from any other place other than that door. This is a completely 100% secure space. So, tripwires.
No tripwires. Yes to
Great.
watches, no to tripwires. We're each going to take a watch.
You're exhausted.
I know.
You
I
should
know.
not take a watch. I
Oh,
will make
continue taking-
myself wake up in an hour after we all get quiet, and I will watch half the night.
You're right. I pushed myself too much. All right.
So while they're doing that, I take one of the big tables and I take all the stuff off it. I turn it over and put myself into a corner and pack bags up on the sides so that I have
You're
a
making
safe,
a
secure
fort?
space.
Making a fort.
Yes, I'm making a fort.
It's
This
a
is
roof
not
fort.
Squid Game.
Yeah.
Okay. You can certainly do that. Do you have a particular corner on this map that you want to position yourself, like over
The
here or
top
something?
right. The top right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you make your own legit pillow fort. Exactly, Renell. But it's like a sack fort, whatever. Okay. So you turn around and like Reginald is there, already not seen. You know, like just concealed behind this thing.
You see my eyes above the thing looking
Yeah.
around.
Kilroy
Yeah.
was here. You know.
If he wasn't good at what he does, I think he'd be too much of a pain in the lightning to continue venturing with him. All right. Good night, Vivian. We'll see if anything decides to disturb this cell while we're here. We may just scare anything off just by being here. And if not, then well, we'll kill it.
So
Sounds
Vivian,
like a
you're
plan.
taking the first. You're going to be asleep first, but then you're going to take the first watch. Is that as I understand it?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of doze for an hour, and then I'll come fully awake for 4 hours, and then
Okay.
I'll go back to sleep again.
I would like you about 2 hours in to make a perception check for me, please.
All right, first let me check what my perception is.
And I want to describe while you're doing this that the warmth down here feels, in my home, we have radiators, old radiators, right? And so one of the rooms, which has been converted into basically like a laundry room, like essentially, has a radiator, and we're still working on some of the kinks at this home. Okay, 3. Well, we'll talk about that. So, and this radiator means that it heats up that room way too much. So, like, if you're inside the laundry room, there's no reason to have this. You're not going to sleep in a laundry room. But if you were to ever just sit down for a minute, you would be out like a light. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like very warm, probably too warm, and just like it's sleep inducing, right? So for Sir Reginald and for Lorien, you are definitely out like a light. And I would actually say, Vivian, that it's not easy for you to wake up actually from this, but when you finally do, you wake up and sort of look around, and a couple of hours in, as I say, you're kind of looking around, and you feel like you think you hear something, sort of a snuffling noise that seems to be coming from over here. But when you turn in that direction, you don't see anything, and the noise doesn't repeat. So since you're already feeling a little bit like, kind of drowsy
I
from
will
being
stand
down
up
here.
and pace.
Okay.
I'm not going to try to stay awake just sitting still. So I will very slowly pace the perimeter. And when I get over here, I'm going to run real quick to that corner and move some bags around and see if I see anything.
Okay. So you're going to get there, and you're going to run over there. Okay. When you get over to here, I would like you to make an investigation check for me over there. It's the dreaded Mr. Snuffleupagus. Isn't it Snuffleupagus, or are you making a particular Snuffleupagus reference, Dragon?
Oh, that's more like it.
Oh, wow.
20.
And suddenly, just like all things are seen. Yes. So one of these sacks over here is slightly open, and like the other ones were. And it looks like something was trying to, again, like the other sacks, pull this open, but didn't successfully do so. But it looks like it was a sack of flour. And there are small little booted footprints, like boot prints, walking away from the flower, or through the flower. So walking away from the sack. And they're going up, let me write this, hold on a second. Like that. So walking up that way.
Okay. Well, I follow them. Where do these little white boot prints go?
So you follow the tracks up, and then they come over to about here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they come over here, and then they fade away, like the flower's been used up, underneath this table. Like you don't see any flower marks over here.
All right. Well, I get on the floor, which is easy enough given my halfling size, and I look under the table.
Okay. You see absolutely nothing.
All right. I walk around the table as far around the table as I can get without knocking down the root sack fort.
Okay.
Do I see anything on the other side?
You make a perception check for me, please.
Nope.
You sure don't. But you might not have anyway. You
All right.
certainly, because underneath the table you saw nothing at all. Yeah, the tracks just seem to stop. But also
Okay,
maybe the
I
flower
will
wore off.
shrug, and I will go back to the open sack and close it back up again.
Okay.
And
Okay. Yep.
resume my pacing.
Okay. The rest of your watch passes pretty uneventfully until it's time for you to wake up. I think Reginald's second on watch, or were you waking up Luria next?
I don't think
I
she's
will-
going to wake me up at all.
Oh, right. It
She's
was going to be
gonna-
you and
I
Reginald.
am not waking up.
That's right, that's
Florian. I am waking up Sir Reginald if
Okay.
I can.
Yes, you were able to do that. Well, I would assume you would. You just have to like come around through the fort or whatever, and then and then find Sir Reginald there, snoring away.
Oh no! I do not snore.
So
Do
you
know
think.
that you don't because
So you think. Let me put it this way.
your own
Rachel, you
character
make
belief
music-
is that you don't. I'll take that. For
Yeah,
sure.
you make music while you sleep as well as when you're awake.
That I believe. I make music, but snoring is not music unless I guess it's the beginnings of death metal. But
So yes,
Yeah.
you can be woken up, and
are you
Right.
sure?
I don't know. I mean, like Vivian is shaking you.
I feel like the terror of having all the bags moved around to get into my fort might have woken me, and may have solicited a reaction unwanted at that moment.
Okay, what was that reaction?
I believe very strongly that I would have been holding my loot, and upon being woken, I would have struck out with my loot at what I believe to be an attacker, because I am very much like a hamster. You know, when you go for a hamster's belly, when it's in its little hole, it just comes at you.
Okay, so then I guess what I will have you do is I'm going to have you make an attack, please. This is going to be improvised, so I basically just want you to roll a 20. I'm going to have you add your strength bonus to that. You're going to do the entire thing at disadvantage since you are waking up out of a dead sleep. And although Vivian might also be surprised that you've just suddenly swinging your loot at her, but
Okay, so I need to roll it twice. Got it.
yes.
So there's the first one and the second one. You're lucky. I have no strength to speak of.
So you strike out with your loot, and Vivian, you kind of and like avoid it, and instead the thing donk impacts the wall, and there's a little bit of a cracking sound, and the sound of a brrr, like a string snapping. And so a couple things happen. First of all, Ilorian, I'm going to have you make a perception check, but at disadvantage, to see whether you hear this enough to wake up.
All right, what's my perception? My perception.
You know that brrr, like a guitar
Yeah,
hitting the
please do.
sound, like that type of thing.
Yep. All right, so it's.
I mean, at least it's the cheap loot and not the hard.
This is the
but-
Walmart style loot. Not the...
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
Okay,
Oh, but-
14.
Yeah, no, I
It's
would say
14.
not then. I'd say no. You maybe in your dreams somewhere wandering through a mountain, you're having a dream where Reginald is singing an annoying song behind you and occasionally hits a, and that's why I told him that, like some terrible like
My
chord.
reality is seeping into my dreams.
You know what I mean? Like, I love my harp, do I love my harp, do. Right? And so that just sort of folds into your dream. But Vivian, you were already awake, and Reginald, you clearly are too. Vivian, I would like you to make a perception check also, because the sound of it is he's like, oh, boom, bang, and I want to see what else is there.
Boy. Nope.
Reginald, I'd like you to make a perception check too. You have the same situation. You are going to see what you heard. His achy, breaky harp. Don't break my harp. His achy, breaky. Well, this is his fake lute, though. Okay. So, Reginald, you very clearly heard smash, and then the little, the sound of a string snapping, and then you heard, ah! In that order.
Was that
So
a
it's, smash, and you didn't make the,
But neither did Vivian.
Boy, you hope not, because Vivian doesn't say it sound like, in your experience.
I just wanted to make sure that Vivian wasn't like suddenly going through puberty or something like out of nowhere.
I'm guessing that Vivian's not particularly pleased with you at the moment, although Vivian can explain, but Vivian is not making any sounds.
Okay, well, somebody made a noise.
Yeah, you made some.
No, I didn't go, ah! That is not a sound that I normally make. I sing songs. That was not a musical noise.
You're saying someone else said something?
Someone else is in this room.
Well, I did find some little tiny boot prints from a sack of flour, but they disappeared. So yes, I agree someone's in this room. Or they maybe they're popping in and out of this plane, who knows? But
so I pop up over my table and I take a look around real quick to see if I see anybody.
Make a perception check for me, please.
You got it, boss.
No, we're making a lot of these checks, but this is directly relevant to what we're doing right now.
I see nothing.
You see Vivian sort of staring at you. You do see some flower tracks on the ground, and that's what they look like. They look like little booted tracks through flour on the ground. You definitely see that, but you don't see anything else, no.
When you say little booted tracks, what does the word little mean here?
Probably like 5 or 6 inches, maybe. Like they almost look like a child's boots, except they're they look weird, like they're thin and pointed. These tracks, so they don't look, but they're not claws. They're definitely boots, but they're
so
pretty
stilettos.
Yes. No. Like kind of like the shape of them looks sort of like a teardrop, that's the sort of nature of the boot.
Got it.
Worn.
Okay. Well, I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Is this a spell or a ritual? Like, is it a 10?
It's a ritual.
It's a ritual.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna get my crack lute and try to still play a little harmony as part of my ritual.
Okay. Sounds a little more punk now, a little more Green Day. A lot, not quite.
Well, yes, but that's kind of normal.
We've left Yes behind, and now we're into, Wake me up when September. Anyway, so
just keep it down so you don't wake Sir Reginald.
That's exactly what I want it to sound like.
I mean, so you don't wake Elmerian.
as the thing starts playing too loud in Roll20, this is exactly what it sounds like. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you play this. Let me just move that down like that. Okay, good. All right, so you sort of play a little bit, set this thing up 10 minutes. While he's setting up, Vivian, what are you doing, if anything, while he's preparing this ritual?
I look at Elleram and make sure he is okay, not being disturbed in his sleep.
Illyrian seems fine, although he does seem to be occasionally frowning in his sleep and like sort of shaking his head, almost sleep shaking his head about something.
But how does that change me from waking?
Yeah, it looks exactly the same, but but anyway, it seems the same expression you often see when he's dealing with Sir Reginald, but you don't know.
Okay, all right. And after I check on him, I'll just look around, keep watching the perimeter while Sir Reginald gets ready with his spell.
Okay. Everything seems quiet, and Reginald, now you're able to do your spell. When you cast Detect Magic, and I think the range on that should be I gotta find my Detect Magic.
30 feet.
Is it 30 feet? Okay.
Yeah.
So that should get 25, 30, 40, yeah, that should get most of this root cellar, actually. So there is 100% a lot magic. First of all, your companions, particularly Elorian, gives off a little magic, as do elements of you, but also very, very clearly giving off magic is something right here. Pretty strong magic, actually.
Remarkably close, but I can't see anything with my naked eyes.
That's right.
Got it.
And it's not on top, it's underneath on the ground somewhere.
Would you qualify this as a magical effect? Or object?
An aura would be the way I would describe it. So I guess closer to an effect. Probably not an object, but it's hard to say.
But is it something that you could say I could target with a dispel magic? It's either that or I'm gonna throw stuff at it.
Yeah, well, I don't think you could really target it. It's not you know the general vicinity, but there's nothing really to focus upon, I don't think. You could throw something at it. It doesn't have to you don't have to like attack. You could throw things or whatever too.
I have flour next to me, correct?
You do have flour next to you.
I open one of the bags really quick. I grab a heaping handful of flour and I chuck it all in that direction.
Okay.
Good move. Good
So
move.
when that happens, the flour spreads all over the place except for one place where there's a poof, and the flour floats down to the ground, and you hear chew,
And
chew, and something is sneezing, and you can see there is a figure that is outlined there.
I run and try to tackle the sneezing creature.
And you get into the ground. And so now there is this flower. Get out! And now Reginald, you hear this as action. But what you hear this as, Vivian, is get off me! Get off me! Get off me!
As long as they are not trying to stab me, I'm just trying to grab them. I'm not attacking. I'm like trying to grab their arms or whatever.
Okay. So you're holding on to this sort of semi-flower covered thing, which clearly is struggling and was trying to get away. But it's smaller than you and smaller even than a child, probably. And it looks like it has a big nose. And as it's trying to get away from you, every so often it sneezes and a big puff of flour goes in the air.
but you can tell that there's a nose.
Yes.
Are nostrils visible?
Yes.
All right, I hop over this thing because you're still struggling with it. Am I correct, Vivian?
Yeah, you can kind of pull it out from under the table where you got it, Vivian. So out, I don't know, like here somewhere, like in the middle of the floor, if you want.
Got it. Okay, so as she's struggling with it, I take two of my fingers and I ram them into its nostrils and I drag it to the ground.
Hey, no, you don't do that. You don't do that to a prisoner. And I kind of shield the creature with my body so that Reginald can't do that again.
Why is it? What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him?
He's angry because he's he just gets angry. But we all want to know what's going on here and why you're stealing food from these people.
And so, as you say that, the creature sort of, and then slowly becoming visible, like within the flower outline, both you and Sir Reginald see this. It is as I said, little creature, which has almost what looks like this long kind of wartish nose, and has basically is a strange looking creature. Its belt basically has a bunch of iron keys on it, although it seems the belt is extremely quiet, almost silent. It has these little booted feet that you can see, and it seems to have a half-eaten piece of maybe bread, and on its back is an open sack with a bunch of loaves of bread in it. And it's sort of lying and kind of like trying to sniff out flour from both its nostrils and also from the fingers of Sir Reginald that were rammed up there several moments prior.
He got what he deserved.
Peace. Don't bring near me. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm okay. Door sniffer won't attack. Don't attack me anymore.
I won't let him attack you anymore. And I glare at Sir Reginald. We need to talk.
Achoo! And like flour goes up.
And I just do this with my fingers.
Yeah. And he kind of he sort of shakes his like half-eaten like what I don't know what the hell that is, circular bread, just like somewhat threateningly in your direction, although very much not a threat. But anyway.
Clarify, were there sacks of cooked baked bread in here, or would he have gotten this bread from someplace else?
There were not. You didn't see any baked bread here, but there may well have been baked bread down here before. I mean, there's a lot of flour, so it seems like they could have done it before. But it also could be bread from elsewhere because he's got at least like 8 different loaves in the back of his in the sack at his back. And by the way, Elorian, at this point, I would say, despite your best efforts, even with the dream sequence of Sir Reginald singing the song, you get this one sense where all of a sudden Sir Reginald is looking at you in your dream and is saying like, "Wah, I'm door sniffer," and you're like, "What?" And then you wake up and like all of a sudden you're broke free from it, and you wake up to a very, very strange scene, which is Vivian holding this thing that you see on the screen here on the ground. It's covered in flour and sneezing, and Sir Reginald is doing one of these things, except instead of going from the eyes, it's from the nose, like down, like, to this thing.
I'm probably covered with flour.
Yeah,
at
you
this
are covered
point
with flour
also.
for sure. It has stopped struggling somewhat.
Our thief?
I'm not quite sure.
He's a peeper is what he is.
Nah,
It's
I
a
don't
little.
peep, he says. Now, he wouldn't understand you either. He just kind of, I just swallowed, and Vivian, Vivian understands that as like, he's mean.
Yes, he is mean. It's true. But right now, we need to talk about what you're doing here.
Easy,
I'm just here. I'm door sniffer. I'm just here. I'm minding my own business. And he takes the bread and like puts it behind his back.
You're minding your own business, but it appears that you're troubling this family, which already is in a lot of trouble.
No. Door sniffer gives candy. To candy upstairs. Candy in the shoe. Door sniffer helps family. Takes bread. Finds bread and gives candy.
Okay, this creature, I explained to my companions, says that he took the bread, but he gave candy. He apparently views it as some kind of trade.
Yeah, that's not healthy. Candy is full of sugar. It doesn't have the nutritional value of bread, right? You need bread, grog, wine. Those are the kinds of things you need for survival. Candy, that's a great way to just get a rush, and then you just crash at the end of the day, and it's just not good for you.
I think
Kids
the
need
candy is
bread.
for the
Start learning
kids, and kids should not be having grog and wine.
What's wrong with those things?
For kids?
I understand the sentiment. This is clearly a magical creature that's making a bargain. However, this family has been traumatized by the loss of their child, and so this bargain is only adding to their trauma. So
Also, they didn't. That the creature didn't talk to them to make the bargain. It just did it and assumed that the bargain was accepted. This is not acceptable. The kids might have traded
tell
bread.
The creature to go make its little trades with some other family that hasn't had a lost child to deal with.
I think that's the best way of handling this, so that the creature gets to do its trades, but this family is less traumatized by it.
Or here's an idea. How about we teach it the idea of consensual trade? Where it asks if it would like to trade for bread, or perhaps it could make friends with the family. Or here's another idea. Maybe he's the one stealing children. He's sneaking into this person's house from their basement.
I don't think I would believe Sir Reginald. Should I roll insight, or can I just say I don't believe he's right?
I don't think you need to make an insight check on Reginald unless you think Reginald's lying.
I just don't think that's right, Sir Reginald. This little creature seems mostly harmless, just a little questionable on property rights. So I turn back to the creature and I say, "We didn't mean to scare you, but I didn't mean to scare you, but." You've been scaring this family because they don't know what you've been doing. They just know that food is disappearing, and I don't know. You think you've been trading, but you're just making them worried. So please leave this family alone. Don't bother them. Don't make any more trades with them or with any other family that has lost children. Can you do that?
Now, I want you to make an insight check there, Vivian. Please. Could be Lone Wolf, could be.
$15.
Okay, when you get to a family that is missing children, you can definitely see he kind of goes, oh, hold on a second. He goes, wait a second, because my daughter just came in. One moment. Okay. So anyway, yes. So you notice that when you say the word children, he definitely kind of like looks away.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about the missing children?
Door Sniffer will make sure to be careful and won't hurt family. Okay.
That's good, but I need to know.
I'm gonna go and leave.
No.
So
I keep holding on to him.
He's kind of like.
No.
I truly.
Tell me about the missing children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me what you know. It's very important.
Children. Sometimes children get lost. Happens.
Yes, many children have gone lost from here. Where
Should
are they
eat bread.
going?
They should eat bread. Bread would be better.
Yes.
True facts.
Better than candy? Is someone offering them candy? Someone besides you?
Bread? And he holds out a loaf of bread to you, grabs one from his back.
I don't want bread. I want answers. Where are the children going?
Okay, now, are you attempting to intimidate or to persuade him in this moment, Vivian?
I am.
I mean, your stature seems more intimidating in this situation, but I don't know what you.
Yeah, but I'm not that much bigger. And I've been fairly cordial so far. So I am trying to persuade.
Okay.
But then again, Sir Reginald is probably still over there doing
the nostrils, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've stopped. I have already devised my secondary plan.
Okay.
Oh, God help us.
Arrow directly to the back of the creature's neck.
All right, so do you want me to roll?
Yes, I'd like you to try to roll a persuasion check, yes.
Let me see if I have a plus. Hang on.
And don't forget, chat, let me remind everybody that there are inspirations available. If you have inspirations, you can use them to benefit the players. This is the first campaign of the month, the first adventure of the month, so you can feel free to use it if you think this is that moment. You can feel free to do so. Or not. I'm just letting you know.
Nah.
So yeah, he's kind of like...
9 total.
And he kind of... children get lost out there.
The tiefling has a plan.
Vivian.
I told my companions.
Okay.
He said something. He reacted strongly when I mentioned the missing children, and I think he knows something, but I can't get him to tell me.
Vivian,
He
dear.
says they get lost, and he said they should eat bread instead. Maybe something's luring the children away.
Vivian, dear. May I please borrow the magic hat?
Oh, this is gonna be.
I promise I won't put my fingers in his nostrils or do any other kind of harmful thing to his body. He will suffer no bodily
To his body.
bodily harm of any kind from me.
Okay, but I'm not going to let go of the creature. So
I will take hold of the creature just to make sure this transfer goes fine.
He kind of looks
Okay.
at you suspiciously as you take him, Lurian, like...
Yes. Yeah, don't
He
piss
is
off the
very
Dragonborn.
good. I tell what's his name, Threadneedle. I tell him he is very good. He will not hurt you. And I
It's
we
Door
transfer.
Sniffer, and Door Sniffer kind
door
of like...
sniffer.
He kind of like shrinks a little bit.
Okay, and I take off the hat and hand it to
Okay.
Sir Reginald.
And I put it on.
Okay, and there's a moment of feeling like the pressure changes, and other than that, you feel nothing different yet, Sir Reginald.
But I'm still just pretending that I'm feeling power coursing through my veins.
Yes. I'm also going to assume, now that I think of it, that this helm will somehow be some kind of a skull cap that fits around. You are a tiefling, and that, there are horns associated with that.
It
But
hangs
I
on
would...
the horns.
Yeah, basically it fits
gets
on
on
top of
there.
the horns, yes.
He's wearing it like a fascinator.
Yeah, there you go.
just a little.
Yeah, it just kind of dangles up there a little bit.
Right,
I can kind
gotcha.
of whip my head around it and it'll go around like a
Yeah,
loop.
exactly.
Yeah,
You may not get it back, Vivian.
Gotcha.
yeah.
I'm
so-
keeping an eye on Sir Reginald to make
Okay.
sure he doesn't attack this guy anyway.
Okay.
But I take a deep breath. And I take a couple steps forward and I say, "Dear sir, what is your name?"
He kind of... Door Sniffer.
Door Sniffer. Very, very wonderful name.
Achoo!
Sounds very,
He sneezes.
very strong. I'm very sorry about the sneezing. May I approach
And he
and
kind of
have
like...
a conversation?
kind of like puts his hands like around his nostrils protectively, and he kind of doesn't say anything, but he doesn't like shy away.
Okay. I sit down in front of him, cross my legs so that I'm more appropriately at his height, and I say to him, "Okay, sir, you must understand, when you sleep at night, right? If something you've never seen comes into the place where you sleep, that's a little scary, yeah? You understand?"
No one sees me.
Let's say a troll saw you. Would that be a very fun day for you?
And he says, don't go towards trolls.
Correct. But what if a troll came to you? Now imagine you were an invisible creature while I was sleeping, and that is a little bit scary. But let's move past it, because I think you didn't mean to cause harm. Am I correct? You didn't mean to hurt anybody.
And he kind of...
Great. So, we need your help. I promise you, I will not hurt you. I won't put my fingers in your nose. I apologize. I was scared because you woke me up. No more of that. I will make sure that I harm your sniffing ability no longer. But we need your help. We need to know what you know about the disappearing children. This is incredibly important. You, right now, could help us solve the greatest mystery this world has ever seen and save a lot of lives. You, Door Sniffer, could be right at the center of solving that great mystery. You would be a hero, a wonder to the world, if you want to be. Or we can keep your name out of it, out of the history books, whatever makes you happy. What do you say?
So I just want to point out that all of what you all hear is Sir Reginald, like, giving this like this very long, elaborate thing, while Door Sniffer kind of like tilts his head and then and he's clearly he's trying to catch up with everything you've just said, Sir Reginald. And he's like, Door Sniffer's hungry.
Do you like apples?
He kind of nods. You kind of get
I
the
look
feeling,
at Vivian.
Reginald, that if you had said, do you like insert food here, he would have been like, but yes.
Okay. I go grab an apple real quick.
Okay.
And then I hand the apple to him and I say, you may have this apple in exchange for a piece of candy.
And he kind of like narrows his eyes and won't take all of candy.
One piece for this one apple this time.
And he
But give me a good piece, the one that I would really like.
So he like reaches into his pouch, pulls out the Reese's peanut butter cups, which I think we can
Not
all
the bit of
agree
honey.
is clearly the. Well, I mean, also Three Musketeers are tremendous, but like possibly Bourneville dark chocolate, and we get the idea. So he hands over whatever your particular candy of choice is, and he kind of like, and then he takes the apple and brings it over. And it occurs to you for the first time as you see him kind of looking at the apple and getting ready to eat it, Sir Reginald, that you think the top of his face that you see there is actually a mask. That he's got a mask which is covering over his long face. Now, he does have an actual long nose. You were looking at the, I'm not going to be gross here, but, the underside, like you could see his nostrils, right? So those were there, and that's what you definitely hit. But there's it's like a top half mask, if you understand what I mean, that's on the top of his face leading downwards. And he kind of looks at the apple, and he's about to chew into it, and he's like, and he looks to see if you're like trying to get any more candy or if you're going to go poke anything in his nostrils.
Nope.
He starts eating the apple.
Is it a good apple? Do you like it?
And he nods slowly.
Yeah. So, if my friend lets you go, will you promise not to go running away until we finish with our conversation?
And he thinks about it. More apples?
I will give you another apple. How about that? No candy this time. You can have an apple if you promise to stay till we learn everything we can from you, okay?
Make a persuasion check. Do this at +2.
Yes. Oh, well, this is going to be great because as long as I don't roll a 1, I think I win.
Lone Wolf has inspired Sir Reginald.
Oh, what does that do?
It means that you can roll twice and take the higher of the 2 results if you wish, or you could save that inspiration, but be aware it only lasts for this session, basically. So.
I'm good. I will save it for later.
All right, so 27. So he's like, okay, Door Sniffer will stay for now. Seems a little confused as to why you want to talk to him, but he sees apples in his future and.
Awesome. So I grab him another apple, and I explain to the others, you can let go of him. He's not going to run. He and I have decided that for now we're going to have a conversation together. We're going to talk about writing his life story. It's going to be wonderful. But, you all are fine. I've got this covered. We're going to move in the right direction. If you wouldn't be so kind, make sure to pay the family for probably what is an inordinate amount of apples that I will be giving to this man. But I'm working on it.
So you're saying I should let him go?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind. He has promised he will not go running off until we've concluded our conversation. I think at this point, we don't need to be scary anymore. Maybe give him a wet cloth so he can wipe some of the dust off of him. Whatever.
This is not like the time you tried to charm the bugbear and then the bugbear tried to eat you.
Well, I think him eating me is going to be very much not normal. He's a very hungry fellow, I will say. But
I noticed
so far,
from the apples you're giving
He's
him.
already eaten the apple, by the way.
Yeah. But he's fine. He's fine.
All
So
right,
just
I'm
let him
going to
go.
let go of door sniffer.
And so he sort of looks at you suspiciously, and then he gradually stands up and kind of brushes the flour off of him,
Awesome.
holding the
So-
core of the apple.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Door Sniffer. I appreciate you staying here with us and being willing to talk. So, as my colleague said a moment before, right? We are looking for the source of the trouble for these children. There are children that are getting lost, disappearing. Something
Door
is
sniffer
taking
doesn't
them.
take children.
No, I don't think you did.
He's also not looking at you in the eyes, like when he's rocking back and forth. He clearly is not happy with this child conversation.
I understand this is a tough one. I get it, right? It would be much better if we could talk about apples and candy, right?
Apples? Kind of
I will give you
perks
another
up.
apple after you help me with this, okay?
He's very depressed immediately. Like,
I'll
and
give
kind
you
of
2
nods
apples.
slowly. He sort of
I'll give
2
you-
apples. He looks up, and as if he's like calculating 3 apples.
I'll give you 2.5. We'll share the third one.
He kind of does some mental calculation and nods.
Okay. What do you know about the disappearing children? I know you didn't do it. It's okay. You seem like a fine fellow. You probably like go out to the bar on the weekends, have a nice drink, everything's fine. But right now, we really got to figure out what happened to these kids because all these people are really sad about it. And I know it's kind of a thing, like why would people be sad about it? But it's it happens. So what do you know about the disappearing children? How can you help us? Dear Door Sniffer, great Door Sniffer.
Okay, I'm going to have you make a persuasion check. This one you're going to do at advantage without worrying about the inspiration. You can hold on to Lone Wolves for later if you want. But you have to do that up front. This is advantage like now, like not
I got
later.
it. I hope it helps if I learn how to put it in right. I have such a big... Yeah, I'm good.
So 19 and 14. Okay, so 19. So he so you say that and he Door Sniffer wants Curse to be gone.
Curse.
Curse. Door Sniffer. Curse.
Curse on Door Sniffer?
Mm.
You've been cursed.
Mm.
But what does you being cursed have to do with the children disappearing?
He looks like extremely uncomfortable, but he sees the apples, and like clearly there's a war in his heart for apples versus like, and he's like, Grilla cursed me. Cursed Door Sniffer.
Why did Grilla curse you?
Tricked me. I'm not a Yule lad. I wasn't. Door Sniffer was not a Yule lad. And Grilla cursed. Tricked me. Tricked Door Sniffer.
He tricked you because he thought you were a Yule lad?
She.
Or because...
She.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
He gets like very agitated. She
Apologies.
tricked me. It cursed me. I was villager. Then now Yule lad. Grilla's fault. And Grilla said, get rid of curse if help her with children. Apple.
So,
He kind of puts out his hand as if remembering, like,
all right, you get one of them for now, and I give him one of the apples.
he starts,
So, Gorilla cursed you into helping Gorilla acquire the children?
Grilla,
What are you...
Grilla curse, his mouth is half full. Grilla curse, George never turn him into, Yule lad. and shoo, and like some like flecks of apple fly out and some flour and everything, and he says, and then Door Sniffer tell Grilla get rid of curse, and Grilla say get rid of curse if you help with get children for Grilla.
So you've been helping to get the children.
Well, yeah. Like he seems like very kind of like not well, yeah.
You know you're causing a lot of pain.
Well, cursed.
What happens if you don't help with the curse?
Then, no, he says that he's been cursed and he's trying to get rid of it.
Right.
And he says, "Don't help, then stay like this forever. Always Door Sniffer."
Got it. And you'd rather be the tall, strapping, blonde lad that you were before.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay. Were you like a model?
And he kind of blinks. What?
You know, person who poses and that other people admire them?
Like you've left him way behind. He's just sort of.
Don't
like
worry
staring.
about
You're
it.
like-
It's a big city thing. It's okay. It's no big deal. So let me suggest that we will help you get rid of this curse.
You have magic? And then he
Well,
remembers the apple in his hand.
I am, in fact, one of the greatest magic users this side of this land. You know, you may not have heard of me, but it's not a big deal. You know, you've had a rough few days. You know, news hasn't really traveled yet, but you know, I won some awards. It's not a big deal.
All right.
But
He kind of nods, like seems very interested in his apple.
But I believe that we can help you. If Grilla is responsible for the taking of these children, and you are helping only because you don't want this curse anymore, I think we can help you deal with Grilla and get this curse removed so that you can be the tall, blonde, strapping lad that you used to be.
And he kind of stares. You? Still a mouthful. You? Grilla? You? All of you? And he kind of, Grilla! And he like puts his arm up. Grilla's, like clearly words fail him. Like he's clearly giving the universal sign for very large. Grilla's, and then he says to you like, you, Grilla, you, Grilla.
Mm-hmm.
He seems skeptical.
Well, inside I'm really large.
He just stares at you. A mouthful of apple falls out.
My colleagues and I have taken on bigger threats. Now, we once fought 800 goblins in a single afternoon, with nothing more than 3 toothpicks and an old onion.
And he kind of, you bard?
Mm-hmm.
And he nods. Door Sniffer thought so.
Goblins have low hit points. I just put most of them to sleep. It's fine.
And he finishes up what's left of his apple and then looks disappointed that there's no more apple.
What do you say we help each other? We'll help you with Grilla, and you'll stop stealing people's stuff, and we'll have a conversation after this about the rules of how trade works and why consent in trade is really important. We'll talk about that afterwards. But why don't we help each other? You help us find Grilla.
Yeah.
We'll get you whatever creature-fied, door sniffer-fied, and we'll make you a big, sexy, strapping lad again.
And he says, you fight Grilla. Not Door Sniffer don't fight Grilla. You fight Grilla.
I mean, if you want to throw rocks at Grilla, that's perfectly fine. No. That's cool. You can just run like a coward. It's fine.
He nods as if he's on safer ground.
Yeah. if that's what you want to do, but I'm just telling you that Gorilla is going to have a very bad day for stealing children.
He says, okay, so I need you to make a persuasion check. Again, you can do this at advantage, and I will tell you that part of the reason you're getting these advantages has to do with your healthy use of food. I would note it's not your food, but still it is very effective use of other people's food.
We're good.
Okay, so he kind of like nods and says, Door Sniffer, show you to Grilla's place. Oh, and then his voice gets low. Scary place. Grilla scary. Big. Other things there. And he vaguely points somewhere big, not as big as Grilla, but also big. You get the impression there's other big things there that are scary. And
Got it.
Says, bring you there.
Okay.
Apple?
I ask him one more question. I will ask you one more question, and I will give you the whole apple. You can have my half.
Oh. He seems very pleased.
You were telling me that the missing children are in Grilla's place, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Physically, the children, physical entities that we know as children are there.
He loses you after the children, but pretty much seems to get the gist of it and is like, mm-hmm. Oh,
Got it.
Grilla eat them. Wants to. Soon, maybe.
Got it. So
Food.
Grilla's got a big pot for putting children inside for boiling up into stew.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Don't Grilla...
Would you eat that?
No.
Would you eat that stew?
No.
No. No, good.
Doesn't eat children. No. Wrong. Apples?
And I give him an apple, a whole apple, all to himself. I say, you have been absolutely a delight. I will make sure that everyone remembers Door Sniffer, the great and wondrous Door Sniffer. All hail Door Sniffer. And I will go to the others and I say, in the language that Door Sniffer speaks, all hail Door Sniffer.
I will repeat that. Whatever that Gurga.
Yeah, what does that sound like? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have we understood Sir Reginald's side of this conversation?
Yeah.
Or has it all
No,
been
you
just-
have
No.
not. You have not. But you
It's
have
wrapped up in something.
every so often. Like you've seen some things, like when when Door Sniffer's giving the universal sign for big, and then like not so big, and clearly pointing out Reginald. And there have been moments where Reginald is going on with very big, large movements, which usually is indicative of the telling of a story with a slight, not particularly anchored to the truth, right? You know, like these areas and things like that. So whatever,
Yeah.
but it's all been sort of guesswork to this point. And so when he says this, all hail Door Sniffer, and kind of looking, and Door Sniffer kind of stands there looking quite unheroic, it must be said, partly covered in flour and apple bits, sort of staring at all of you with kind of like this sort of like head tilted in one way, and sort of staring at all of you.
And I explain
Okay.
in a very reduced fashion all of what just happened into basically, he knows where the kids are. He's been cursed. Don't ask. It's a big deal. We'll deal with it. We need to go deal with this person named Gorilla or whatever. And there's supposedly some big
Grilla
bad
was
things.
one of our suspects. So.
That is true. Well, he says all of the kids are there. Gorilla wants to bake them into a giant pie and then eat them, possibly feed them to their own family. I don't know what Gorilla's into. It's a whole to-do. But Door Sniffer's going to help us by taking us there. In exchange, we are going to not hurt Door Sniffer, but we're going to try to deal with the curse that Gorilla has put on Door Sniffer.
What's this curse thing?
Well, so it turns out, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was this real tall blonde fellow that, remember there was that tall blonde fellow that used to pose around town that came from some like wintry island? Well, turns out probably this dude. And so he got turned into this creature thing. I don't know exactly, like it's basically like a giant shrew man, but there he is. And that's what the curse made him into a shrew man.
So I need to pray to learn remove curse and see if I can remove this curse from it.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do in the morning then.
Excellent.
If it isn't already morning. God, what time is it?
Yeah, I should say, by the way, you had a level of exhaustion, I think.
Yes,
Lorian.
I did.
That has been removed since
Oh.
the warmth and the fact that you were not allowed to be bothered by Vivian, not allowing Reginald to take your watch.
Thank
for
you,
example.
Vivian. That's helpful.
Does anyone else have a level of exhaustion or not?
I did not.
I think I might have. I can't recall.
Yeah, I thought you did too, and I'm gonna say, Reginald, that you've still got that. Although, let me think about that. No, I take that back.
I thought that Reginald got better after he
Yes.
had
Yeah,
his.
'cause
Which
I
is a
went
good
to
thing, because
Warren
otherwise you
Reginald
would have
won.
had
Yeah.
you would have had negatives on these checks. But yeah,
Yeah.
I think you did get better at that. So I think you folks are clear. Reginald, you have had what is the equivalent of basically a short rest. So you could use one of your hit dice here to get back some hit points. You were at 32 out of 39, and Lorian, same thing. You could actually use a couple of your hit dice if you wanted to use them. I don't know what the bard is. I think it's maybe like 1d8, maybe.
It's a D8.
So yeah,
yeah.
you could roll one of those to get back some hit points if you wish. Hey, there you go. 6. So you're at 38 out of 39. And you could do the same thing if you want to, Lorian. You can use a
Yeah,
couple of those hit dice too if you like, because you have 6 of them you should by now. So at level 6.
4.
Look at us go.
I'll do another. That's 12. That should bring me up to like close to
44, I believe. So one
Yeah,
shy.
45. So I'll take that.
Okay. And then Vivian, you are you didn't have any healing problems, so you're good to go there. Okay. So, okay. So you do all that. So yeah, as far as what time in the morning, it's probably about, because it was after the watch, Vivian knew that. So it's probably about 3 to 4 in the morning. Probably 4 in the morning.
Well,
All right.
shall we go find this gorilla person? I mean,
So did you make the deal that we remove his curse first and then we find Gorilla, or we find Gorilla and then remove his curse?
I said we'd take care of Grilla and the curse. I didn't really specify the exact order in which events would take place. So I
It's
suppose
important
if
for
you...
my spell loading capability, what I'm actually going to learn.
Oh, fine. Okay, I'll play a song while you figure... Why don't you do the pray and whatever,
Okay,
pray to your god
I-
or whatever. Like, come on.
Don't mess with Muhammad. Remember the temple. You got shocked, and I had to heal you afterwards.
It's
for
just
your
that
impiety.
it was just a magic trick. They just put some like charged particles in a thing and it shocked the chair. It wasn't a big deal.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna change out my 3rd level spells and pray and get remove curse as one of my spells, and hopefully I can maybe help Dorsniffer here.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing this morning.
Okay. Do you have a plan as to when you then want to leave to do this? Because to redo that, you'll have to get the sort of the equivalent of another 6 to 8 hours, basically, Elorian. So that would mean between 10 a.m. and noon or so is when you'd be setting out if the 3 of you were doing that.
Yeah, unless you think we should leave at dawn, and I save the remove curse for later, then that's what I want to do. I mean, Dorsniffer has played us straight, so at least giving an attempt to try to remove the curse would be the good thing to do. Capital G.
I guess my question would be a really simple one. What do you think the chances are that it would be a surprise for a child-eating giant monster person to be awoken by 3 warriors very early in the morning? Or do you think it wouldn't really matter, and getting there at 10 or 11 and it would be perfectly fine?
We don't know. Well, we don't know if she's nocturnal, diurnal. What do you think, Vivian? You're the even more stabby sort than I or Reginald.
I do like the idea of surprise, and since most of the people in this village just walk around in the day, I think the gorilla may not be expecting a night attack, so it might be worth that.
Okay, then I agree with you. Then we won't do the remove the curse right now. We'll instead prepare for Dorsniffer to lead us to Gorilla's hidey hole and see if we can't deal with this child stealer.
That's a good spot to reset and welcome everybody to part 2 of D&D with viewers. You're watching Midwintar's Mourning, made by amazing Critical Crafting, who you should clearly support, which is in chat watching. And I am joined by the amazing players of Sean Duke as Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, Prince Justin as the amazing Illyrian Bluewater, and Triffidy Metz as the incredible Vivian the Victorious. And if you like this, you should check out the work of Critical Crafting. In fact, I think if you type in... let's see, I think it's !critical, I want to say. No, then it's crit crafting. I'll get it eventually. I have to actually...
Canispot has an opinion on who's leading this crew. It's not me.
Oh, that's the doodly-doodly-do command, though. That obviously is going to lead to that one. There it is. I just had to spell it right. So you should check out that Patreon if you folks are interested. This is something which comes out, an adventure-type supplement like this every month. I repeat that I don't know how you're going to keep up that cycle, but in the meantime, get it while it lasts, because this is very good stuff. And actually, this that you see, which I have printed out, is not only the adventure, but there is also a bunch of... there are some magic items and like new creatures and a whole bunch of stuff here. So it's very appropriate for a cold winter evening. I can hear the wind whistling outside as we're doing this. So this works. We will be on for about another 45 minutes or so. We'll see how far that gets us. If need be, we'll go to a third and final part. If not, we'll finish tonight, but we will see. So yes. So the next day comes. First of all, the three of you cool? Do you need a minute break? Are you okay? Is everyone good to go?
A minute for a bio break would be good.
Okay, so let's do a minute bio break. We will be right back. 70 pages. Yeah, this is a good moment while Prince Justin's doing that to talk about that. So 70 plus pages, 4 months in a row. Let me ask you, Dylan, how have you been feeling about the response that you've gotten from the Patreon and all that? Are you feeling good about it? You don't sleep much. Yeah. Well, I can imagine. But the art is really beautiful in this. It's like there's a lot of good components to it that make this happen. And it's basically you have a 3-person team, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's like 3 to 4 people and that's it. If I am not mistaken. Yes, and there is the critical crew. I get stuff all the way around. I think I'm actually going to change off of the tavern music, which has been great, but we're going to switch this over to some forest music, I think, also by Green Forge. Loving the support, all the people you've been able to work with, and yes, 3 people. Hire a lot of freelance artists and try and promote them as much as possible. That's the way to do it. I mean, and I think it pays off because you can tell the difference between companies that really understand how to put together supplements and companies that don't. There's something about the layout and the feel of it that sort of fits, I think, the sort of standard that you would expect, right? And so I like seeing that. I mean, we do the same thing with the overlays that you see, which I had commissioned, the music which we're playing, which was also, this music was licensed and not commissioned. But we work with Green Forge on a couple of new things. And so, yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff. And that's what working with freelancers does. So I think it's great. And it broadens out the industry. Also, accidentally, at least temporarily, we have, what? Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Wait a second. I meant to do webcams, not that. Okay. Where are the names? That's what
I'm apparently Vivian.
Yes, you have all been switched around when people left Zoom, but that's no problem.
Go ahead, Paul. Paul, play Reginald. How would you play Reginald? Go on.
I'm too much of a straight man. I've never actually ever played a bard ever.
Oh.
Clerics, sorcerers, wizards, fighters, paladins. Never a bard.
Rogues?
Uncommonly. I usually play 2 good guys way too often.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna fix that, Paul.
I mean, sometimes selfish good guys, but still good guys.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, we'll see now. That's all right though. There's also something to be said
Just so
for
you know, for
consistency
future potential future games.
of approach. Yes, exactly. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. It is morning, and I think whenever the folks are ready to go, and when you've got your remove, I guess you're not doing your remove, Chris, because you're going to head off instead
Right,
with Door Sniffer. Okay.
Yep.
So Door Sniffer sets off and actually moves surprisingly quickly for something which has these little, I mean, like I said, you can see for yourself, they're almost more like slippers than boots, but he barely sinks into the snow as he kind of zips ahead of you. And it's very obvious that this creature is, there's a reason, Reginald, that the magic was so clearly there when you first pinged, to sort of check it out. Part of that magic was just associated with whatever this creature has been cursed to turn into, but part of it is there's something innately magical about this thing that kind of flows out of him, and you can tell that he's moving in a way that is not just sort of natural creature that is of this size. It's more than that. And so I just saw the toss an apple, the Door Sniffer. Yes, that's pretty much it. So he zips ahead of the snow, barely making any impressions in the snow as he goes. Grilla's lair, from what he describes to you, is as he kind of makes his way. You can see that it's going to take a while, he tells you. And as you're going along, even if you're going along at a fairly decent pace, which is what it sounded like, you are still several hours into your journey. And you have been going for a while as you kind of gradually move through and up into the mountains a little bit. Not high up into the mountains, but definitely up a little bit further. And about 3 hours into your journey, the wind begins to whip even more strongly than before, this cold wind. And you're all a little tired already, having been, at this for 3 hours. And the only one who seems to be completely unaffected by it is Door Sniffer, who seems to have no problem at all. Mountains rise on either side of you as you trek through a narrow frozen riverbed. Ahead, you spy a grove of fir trees laden with snow, and the path before you is much obscured by huge boulders and chunks of rock that are fallen from the mountains. You can see a lump of snow in the path with a skeleton sticking out of it, frozen stiff. And I happen to have a map for you of this. I'm going to bring you over to it.
My background
Is it a people-sized
appropriate.
skeleton?
Is it a people-sized skeleton? Yes, I would say that's a fair way to describe it. I will put you all down over here. Not at that size. That's once again not to scale. Let's reduce you to a normal size. Okay. Reginald, like that.
Oh, it's a very big skeleton.
Well, these are 5-foot squares, so probably it works out to, it's a decent size. Yeah, it's probably about 6.5, 7 feet almost, maybe, this skeleton.
Okay.
I'm 6'3", so
Mm-hmm.
I poke it with something.
Yeah, it's bigger than that. Okay, let me get rid of the... actually, I do have a picture of this, because of course I do. So, let me show you the picture. Bear with me a second. Alright, let me studio mode this just in case, because I don't want to reveal something I shouldn't. Ah, lovely. Okay, here is what it looks like. And you can see it now on stream. Snow. The snow-covered corpse of a humanoid is half frozen in the snow. Obvious teeth marks visible on the rib cage. There's a small satchel lying next to the skeleton, and there's a name embroidered on the front. And the name is Lars Kolfir. Kolfir.
That's cool.
I poke it with the edge of my bow.
Okay. It just You just hear kind of the cracking as you poke it. There's definitely nothing, it doesn't come to life or anything, but it's definitely frozen, like, literally into the ice, as you can see.
Got it. Yeah, it's definitely dead, y'all.
Does it look like this person just lay down in the snow, or does it look like they were hit with snow or ice or something like that?
It looks more like that, Vivian. And actually, since you're looking at that, I would like you to make... I'm going to have you make a medicine check for me, please.
Sure.
Said in the voice of someone who definitely has total medicine specialties. Ha! See? Vivian, you noticed two things about this. Number one, this thing was definitely chewed, eaten, and recently.
Oh.
This frost and ice on this thing is not over a long period of time. This thing has been eaten maybe in the last hour or two.
Guys, something ate this guy just an hour or so ago.
And Door Sniffer, by the way, looks quite...
Here.
Door Sniffer's like kind of sniffing the air. Can't stay, not safe.
I'm going to grab the satchel.
Okay. You can do that. So you can pick up the satchel. Okay. I would like, let's see, all three of you to make perception checks while you are grabbing this satchel. I was looking down. Was that Allurian or Reginald who grabbed the satchel?
Allurian.
Allurian did, okay. I can tell you what's in it in a minute, depending on how these things go.
Right
God,
back down
come
from
on.
a 20 to a 4.
Okay, what have we got? So we've got...
Oh, God.
So literally 4, 6, and 4. All right.
Yeah, we are not...
You are very occupied with this skeleton. This skeleton is fascinating. And also this satchel. What a great satchel. Let me tell you. It's good stuff.
Oh, Lars, 6 and Fars.
Right, well, regardless of my perception roll, after I see that this body has been chewed to death, I'm looking ahead on the path, and I'm also looking at the trees on the side, in case something wants to leap on us from above.
Yeah, they look mostly dead. The trees look to be dead and frozen, and nothing... Fortunately, they're very visible to you. Like, there's nothing that's obvious there. So as you're sort of looking at the path and the trees, Door Sniffer suddenly lets out a "Ah!" and immediately vanishes from sight. And you're all like, what? And then the next thing you see are 2 large boulders being thrown in your direction.
Oh boy.
I'm going to, let's see. How are we going to do this? I'm going to randomly determine which of the 3 of you it's going to be thrown towards. So we're going to make Reginald 1, we're going to make Allurian 2, and we're going to make Vivian 3. And I'll just do this on the stream here. So we're going to do, can I do custom? Yeah, we're going to do 1d4 minus 1, I think is what we'll do. Okay.
Okay.
Right? And then I think I have that right. Hold on, I'm out my math. And then actually, yeah, because he went invisible. Yeah. Okay. So 1's Reginald, 2's Allurian, 3 is going to be Vivian. Oh, I have to do that. Wait, there it is. Yes, that is going to be a 2. Allurian, a boulder is thrown at your direction. Actually, there's 2 boulders, so 1 for each of you. So I'll do that one more time. So that's one of them. Yes, automatically roll them, please. Okay, and let's do that one more time.
I don't want to be a pancake.
Okay, and that second one is a 3. So Vivian and Allurian, 2 boulders are thrown at you. And let me just pull up my statistics on these things that have done this. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Right. Okay, so we're gonna see what happens as these ones come flying towards you. Let's go with that one. Okay, it is a 25 to hit you, Alurian, and it is an 11 to hit you, Vivian.
Well, that hits me for sure.
Misses me.
Okay, so you duck out of the way, but the other one definitely hits you, Alurian. You take, let's see, 19 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need you to make a strength saving throw here as this boulder just slams into you.
Good lord. Okay, strength saving throw. Oh, I put that into chat, not into roll 20. That's not going to work.
That would definitely not do it so well.
23 on my strength saving throw.
Okay. Yes, so you managed to keep from being knocked off your feet. It just kind of slams into you.
I'm just lost half my hit points.
Yeah, it's just like staggers back a few steps. And as you look up, wondering, what the heck has just happened, you suddenly look up to see two large creatures. In fact, you notice that those boulders that you thought were boulders, that you had rocks thrown at you, but those big rocks, in fact, are not that at all. Bursting from beneath the snow and unfurling their arms and standing tall are two massive trolls, not unlike the one that you saw when you first came to the island. They let out a guttural roar. Both of them rush towards you. And for the first time in this game, I'm going to ask us all to pull up some initiative. Let's roll initiative, folks, and I'm going to fire up a little bit of combat music here. Not that there's anything wrong with Green Forge, they're great, but we need some combat music. In fact, I think what we'll do is we will take some Green Forge combat music. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Is that a 23 that you started with just now, Reginald?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's my initiative.
Okay, so... Alright. So, I should have had you folks do this first, but that's okay. So, Lorian has got a 7. That's sort of what happens when you get slammed into by a boulder. Sort of assessing your life, what exactly has happened with it. 23. And there's Vivian. Okay. There we go. Lovely. All right. Nice thing about 3 players is a lot faster than having 6 that you have to figure out quickly. All right. And these Jotun trolls are going to get... that's a big meh right there. It's not terrible, but I've seen better. Okay. So, okay. So we're going to do... Right, okay. And these are, as I said, very big creatures. In fact, I'm going to pull them up here. I'm going to show a picture of them on stream, but I'm also going to pull up these things here. Ooh, nice. All right. And like that, charging towards you. And on stream, I will show you the picture of these things. I'll make this in studio mode here. We did it this way. I shouldn't be. There we go.
Oh, fun.
So they look like that. So perfectly friendly, it should be fine. Okay, first to act, Sir Reginald Bartholomew. These things are charging towards you. They look exceedingly angry.
Well, that doesn't seem very nice.
They don't seem nice. Agreed.
No. Okay, so how many things are gonna do a turn?
So you have, you basically have essentially an action, a standard action, which is usually like an attack, sometimes the casting of a spell, sometimes the administering of a potion to someone else. And then there is a movement action, which is, as it sounds, like moving from one place to another based on your speed. And then the last thing to note is you sometimes can have a bonus action. That's dependent on the bard's skills. Like sometimes you can certain spells are counted as bonus actions, so you don't have the same issue as it doesn't take as long, basically, as it would for another spell.
Got it. So Bardic Inspiration I can do as a bonus then.
I think if that's yes, I believe that's correct. Yeah. And you can do that as a bonus, and that you can do in any order as well. So you could move, do that, whatever. Now, one issue with this here is that for you folks, this is difficult terrain. What that means is that your speed is basically halved. So instead of going your normal speed, you're moving at half that because of the snow conditions.
Okay. So what I would like to do is in this order. These count as humanoids.
Yep.
So I'm going to cast Hold Person on one of them.
These are actually not humanoids. They count as large giant, essentially. So they are actually larger than that. They're not typical Hold Person. Sorry.
Well,
Hold Monster would have done something, but not Hold Person.
Well, that's not an option I have, and that makes me sad inside.
I understand.
Can I make one of them cry?
I mean, I imagine.
Okay, great. I'm going to use Vicious Mockery on whichever one's closest to me.
I can't wait. What insults are we looking at for these creatures?
Both
is what you hear.
You both smell worse than when I once got stuck sleeping in a stable and a horse pooped on me. You are the stinkiest, most funny-looking monsters I have ever seen, and both of your mothers are ashamed of you.
So up to this point, they're just sort of like, whatever, and then you're not even sure, 100% sure they're understanding you, and then you say the thing about their moms, and their eyes widen, hurt! And you just there's this shout that rocks the cavern snow, kind of rocks the valley, and snow falls from the sides. Okay, let's see. With Vicious Mockery.
Gotta save on Wisdom.
Yep. So we're going to see whether they can do that. All right. Okay, the one on the left. Actually, well, your Vicious Mockery is not area effect, right? You're Vicious Mocking one of them.
Yeah, it's just one creature. It's just...
Which one do you want?
It has a distance.
Left or right?
Which one's closest to me?
I think you can see there. The left one's a little closer. The one.
Okay.
The one farther to the north there.
Let me rephrase. Which one looks like it wants to hurt me first?
Maybe the one that's a little farther away, but they're all sort of equal opportunity hating all of you, it seems like. So, unclear.
Sure. Then we'll just do the furthest one away.
Okay. Right. So wisdom save, you said.
Don't save.
What am I looking at? Difficulty. What do I need to beat for you?
Where did you go? Does not specify on the thingamabob.
It should say under your magic on your sheet. There should be something that says what your magic. It's probably your.
Oh, the spell save DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is a 15.
15. Okay. Well, believe it or not, with a 16, it does actually. So it seems really mad if that's helpful, but it is not harmed by your words more than just angered by them. It now, however, you'll be happy to know that it has lowered its head and seems particularly intent on destroying you.
Right.
And then eating the meat from your bones and leaving you to die.
I immediately move behind Ilarion and then and then as my bonus action, give Bardic Inspiration to him.
Okay. Like whispering in his ear, please help me, like a type of thing.
Yeah.
But in song.
You are the wind beneath my wings. Okay.
Yes.
That sounds good. All right, Reginald. Vivian is up next. What would you like to do, Vivian?
Right. Okay. Well, Vivian is going to run an attack. I forget my movement, but I'm probably close enough to get within range of the closer one. Yes.
Maybe. Now, remember, 5-foot squares, and these things are 30 feet. Your speed, I think, is 30 feet, but you're in difficult terrain. So you might not actually get there. Depends.
My speed is 25.
Half that. So we're looking at, and I'll let you round up. So we're looking at like 15. It works out to 15-ish, basically. So essentially 3 of these squares. Unless you have a way to compensate for that difficult terrain.
Yeah, I don't think I do.
Yeah. You've got the eye of the tiger. Well, that's true, Lone Wolf. I mean, obviously.
All right. Where am I? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and that's all I can move. And so now, with my longbow, I will shoot 2 bolts, or I will shoot at. No, wait. Is that a longbow? Crossbow. Sorry. Crossbow.
Okay, so bolts. Yeah.
I will attack the closer one, and so that is.
That'll be this dude up here.
Must be plus something. What is my attack bonus? +8. Okay.
Let's make it happen.
What?
No, that's not right. 4 plus
You had
plus
2
8.
pluses.
Yeah, that can't be right.
Oh, okay.
It failed verification. Roll 20's like, I don't even know what to do with this. Like, just. You also have that sidebar, remember, you can always use. I mean, I know Trish knows that you already know this, Triffid, but just letting you know.
Oh.
Okay. 16 is not quite enough. It just ducks out of the way as the bolt goes flying over its shoulder, and again, it looks at you. Roar! And seems very angry.
Oh, we dead.
All right. I assume that with a crossbow, I don't have my 2-weapon attack thing, right? So.
Right. That would be, I think, 2 melee weapons. Although I don't know if you would get at level 6 2 attacks in a turn with a crossbow. It would probably tell you if you were, but it wouldn't be a multi-attack, which is what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that is all I can do at the moment, except yell and drop my crossbow, draw my sword and scimitar.
All right.
And say, "We'll kill you, you child eaters."
Roar. Okay. All right, you do that, and that leads us to Ilorian, who somehow did end up with a better initiative than the trolls, who didn't roll super well on that one.
I've
You're up,
got
Ilorian.
Yep. Okay, so these things are going to come at us pretty quick, so I think trying to hobble them a little bit is my plan, because they're not going to go down with one shot. So I am going to cast Bane on the both of them.
Ooh, okay. Tell us all what the awesomeness of Bane is.
Okay, so Bane is a first level spell. Up to 3 creatures of my choice I see within range must make charisma saving throws. Whenever a target that fails the saving throw makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target must roll a d4 and subtract that number from the attack roll or saving throw. So they both need to make charisma saving throws or they're baned.
Okay.
For up to a minute.
Okay. All right. So, and you said both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Up to 3 creatures. There's 2 of them. I'll get them both.
All right. So let's see. One on the top is definitely not going to make that charisma saving throw. And then the one on the bottom, well, they might. What's the DC? What's your spellcasting DC that I'm trying to beat? Your spell saving throw DC. Yours is 13?
Yep.
Yeah, so the bottom one is not baned. This guy, however, very clearly is baned.
Okay.
He has been baned. So again, what's the effect on the
So
bane again?
whenever he makes an attack roll or a saving throw, he has to roll a d4 and subtract it from the attack or saving throw for the next
Subtract
minute.
D4 from attack and saving. Okay.
Yep.
Subtract D4 from attack or saving, and that's going to be basically for 10 rounds.
Yep.
So it's going to be a long time. All right, we're going to do that. It's going to remind us about that. Bane is so dope. Yeah, Bane's good. Okay. So, lovely, good stuff
then
there,
I'll move
Bane,
here
and you just
from-
got other things. Yep, I was gonna
And
say.
I'll move to here.
All right.
And pull out my glaive and get ready for them to come in.
Okay, and indeed, that's what they're going to do. So this one here, and then is going to swing out at you. Let's see. So this thing is going to, I think. No, it's not going to do that. Okay, so it's going to attempt to, first of all, bite you. So it reaches down with its open jaws. And let's see, that is looking at a 20, not a natural to hit.
Yeah, even with the minus D4, that will hit.
Oh yeah, actually, wait, that's true. Let me do that though.
But my armor class is 16, so it hit me anyway.
Okay, yeah, actually it's 19 when I did that thing. So, okay, so right, so yeah, so it's still going to hit. That is going to be okay. That is 7 piercing damage and 2 cold. That is done.
I'm down to 16 hit points.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
but you're a
is-
cleric. This is the kind of thing you do. And then it's going to attack again, attempting to slam you. Let's see. But that is going to be... that's going to be an 11, so that is
Yep.
a miss. So attempts to slam you, does not do so, and it is now right on top of you, practically. The second one is going to move 5, 10, 20, 25. Is that close enough? Okay. So it is, let me see. Yes, it's going to do that. It's not going to get them. So it opens its mouth, and this is specifically Vivian and Sir Reginald I'm talking to here. And crystals of frost come flying out of its mouth in a cone. I need both of you, Vivian and Reginald, to make Constitution saving throws for me, please. We've come such a long way from bopping out to critical hit. Now the party's just like, now it's gotten very, very serious now.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Okay, did we make the saving throws and I missed them?
They're done. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see them because for some reason the sound didn't go. Okay, so let's see. So Vivian's is fine relative to what I'm about to explain. Reginald, not so much.
Oh, boy.
So, okay. So, Reginald, you are going to take 26 points of damage of cold, and you failed by. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So let me. So you took that damage. What did I say? 26. So I'm going to come back to that because something else happens, Reginald. I'll explain that in a minute. Vivian, because you saved, you only take 13.
Okay.
So you were at 45, I believe, and that's the only thing that happens to you. However, you notice that something happens. Your normally cheery companion who, talks a lot, viciously mocks a lot, and so on. Suddenly you find that they've stopped, and as you look over, you can see, I would ask us all to jump out of game for a moment and remember Han Solo in Carbonite, because that is what happens to Sir Reginald, just frozen in the act of viciously mocking the trolls, literally encased in ice. Now, it looks like the ice might be able to be broken, but certainly not by him. You are incapacitated completely at the moment because you are frozen in cold in ice. So, that was both of these trolls' attacks. And that's going to lead us up to the top with Sir Reginald Bartholomew III, who is going to be Sir not appearing in this picture until something happens to free him. It's currently frozen. Okay. That is going to lead us down to Vivian, and you saw this happen because you're standing right next to him. So.
Okay. Well, let's see.
It's not a. I should say it's not a thick cube. Like it's not, inches thick of things. It's it just happened. So. Will breaking the ice shatter Sir Reginald? Unknown. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it would just shatter the ice. And Illyrian, you're on deck. after
Will
this.
you allow me, with my move, to lurch into Sir Reginald and then advance on the 2 trolls?
Define what you mean by lurch.
Like, kind of slam them with my shoulder as I run past toward the trolls.
That's not going to be enough to break the ice. I can tell you that right now. You would have to attack it. Now, what I will allow you to do, although it's slightly unorthodox, is if you can figure out a way to physically get to the troll, I would allow you to use one of your attacks on Reginald and another on the troll if you could figure out a way to do that. But, even though technically that's not how it would normally work, but I think it's close enough. So I would allow you to do that.
Okay.
So, you want to, parkour off the ice, as you attack it and then, or something, but...
Yeah. Right. So since I have double weapon attack, I can kind of whap Sir Reginald with the flat of my scimitar.
Yep.
And kind of get momentum off that as I run straight forward against this guy. How's that sound?
That sounds good, but that guy? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I will allow that. It's slightly unorthodox, but worth it. Plus it seems cool. So what I'll ask you to do is to make an attack.
Okay, so this first one, I guess, is against the ice,
Against the
encasing
ice, right.
Sir Reginald.
And you just take stock, everybody, of your inspirations. I think someone has got one left. I think Reginald might have one, maybe,
Yes.
sitting around.
Plus
I do.
Can't do much in the ice, but...
+5. Okay. No, that's damage. So d20 +8 to hit Reginald. Sorry. Okay. Let me try that again. All right. So 14 to
Yep.
hit.
Go ahead
with
and roll
the
your
flat
damage.
of the blade.
Yep.
All right. And attacking the troll.
Well, wait. Roll damage first for that attack that you hit with the
Oh, okay.
on the ice.
D6 +5.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So
10.
10. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So smash. So yeah, Reginald, you're and you feel quite cold, but you are otherwise unaffected by this, other than being hating your life in the last 15 seconds. Now you can get your other attack off on that troll, Vivian.
Okay. That's a 22 against the troll.
22 will hit.
Nine points.
Okay. All right. Take what kind of damage, by the way?
That was my. Let's see. That would be piercing damage, with
okay.
my short sword.
Yep, that's fine. Okay.
I would also like to use my bonus action. Who looks more hurt, Sir Reginald or Ellerim?
Reginald, although not by much. But yes.
Okay. I will use one of my combat superiority dice to give them a die roll plus my charisma modifier, which I think is 0.
Okay. To give them
Yes.
a healing die roll, you mean?
Yes. D8.
Okay. So, and that's just Reginald, right?
Yes.
I got 2.
Oh,
Take 1 healing point.
Yeah, she rolls it actually, Sean, not you. So, so you were up
got
to 13. But hey, look, 13 is better. As we can all agree, 13 is more than 12.
Yeah, I can take so many more hits now.
You could take
Yeah.
one more hit point. All right.
I'm afraid that's all I can do this
Good
round.
stuff, Vivian. That was a bonus action, by the way, that combat skill?
That was a bonus action.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right, Lorian, you're up. There are people, including yourself, in need of healing.
yeah, I know. I'm gonna. All right, mass healing word doesn't
Exactly,
do a lot of
CQ. It's
hit-
+1. Exactly.
Mass healing word, unfortunately, doesn't do a lot of hit points. But I think that would get all of us, and yeah. So I'm going to mass healing word the 3 of
Okay.
us. And I believe that's D4 plus my modifier in hit points. Yeah, 1d4 plus my spellcasting ability modifier.
Okay.
So how much hit points? will we
Which would
get?
probably be wisdom, right? So probably 1d4
Yep.
plus your wisdom modifier.
Roll. 5 hit points back for everybody.
Okay. So
something.
Reginald's up to 18. Vivian's up to 50, feeling hale and hearty. And Lorian, you yourself are up to 21. All right, see,
Yeah.
everything's fine. And the trolls are
Yeah.
like, thank you. They also take that. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
That's what it is.
Right. Okay. So that works. That happens that way. All right. That brings us down. Now, are you staying where you are, Lorian? On the map?
Yes, because I'm basically covering our bard here. So yeah.
Okay. So all good, and then it is the trolls' turn, and so the first thing that they're going to do is this one is going to attempt, I think, to hit you, Lorian. Let's see. It's going to attempt to bite and slam. That first roll is horrific. That's a -2. Wow. Okay. So that's 2 -2s. That's absolutely dreadful. The bite and slam combo does absolutely nothing. So it is you like dodge left and right. That's good stuff. I don't believe that luck will continue with Vivian as it tries to hit them. So this one is that's a 22 to hit with the bite, Vivian.
I'm going to parry.
Oh, tell me more.
It's a reaction. Another combat superiority die.
Mhm.
Expend 1 die when you're hit with the melee attack. Reduce the damage by the die roll, plus your dex modifier, which is +5.
Okay.
So it'll be a D8 +5 decrease from whatever damage it does to me.
Okay, so it's going to do 9 piercing and 4 cold damage for a total of 13.
All right, and my parry.
A Bahamut rain holy hell lightning upon them.
I wanted to get some healing first. That is my next plan.
That's the plan.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry. It would help if I could type. There we go.
Ah, so just 1 point, I believe, is what that works out to.
That's right.
All right. Okay, yes, you parry that. You're like, "Pfft, get out of here. And it's like, really? And then it attempts to slam you. But it's going to, I think, 14?
No.
Okay, so then it misses that second time. That's good. Anytime you get a couple of rolls, that's good. Now, there is one problem, which is that as you're looking at it, the thing that you originally hit, Vivian, with this damage, you can see some ice beginning to close into its wounds, and it seems to be healing a little bit from its wounds. And you know this to be a rather common effect of trolls, albeit not exactly in this way. That brings us right up to the top of the round. Sir Reginald, you are cold but moving. You are able to move again.
Well, I'm a
I'd
little
like
bit.
to yell, it's healing. Hit it with magic.
Well, I just want to say that I'm a little bit sad that I got frozen because I could have used Hellish Rebuke, but unfortunately can't do that when you're frozen.
I have this image of you
Let
coming
it
out of
go,
the ice
Sean.
like, yeah, son of a, like because.
Makes me super sad because now I just don't know what I'm going to do because you ruined everything. You evil, evil DM.
Was not me. I'm just the messenger. Blame the troll.
This is not true. Oh god, what do I do? What do I do here? There's really not a lot. I just have to be annoying. Alright. I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery on the one that's by Vivian
Okay.
as my first move.
All right. You viciously mock it, and so again, it is making a saving throw. What kind of saving throw? Again, charisma.
It's a wisdom saving
rather.
throw.
Yeah. No, it's definitely not going to make that. That is a fail.
Good. I hope it suffers internally immense psychic damage while I roll. What is it I'm rolling on this? It is
12d12.
I wish it was 12d12.
Yeah, I know.
God, wouldn't
Such
that be nice?
mockery. Hey, I've
But
been the subject of some vicious mockery in my day. That stuff can hurt.
It is nothing nearly as cool. What is is there a modifier on it? Do I roll the damage for it, or did you
Yes,
roll
you
it?
roll the damage. No. This is all you.
Are you sure? Okay, all right.
I'm sure.
Roll that
I was just
damage.
making sure. It's not a lot.
Okay. It takes the 5 damage. It seems to understand what you have viciously mocked it. It seems
Good.
basically seems
Good.
extremely angry.
Deserve what is happening to you now, jerk.
There's a point where creatures like this, you lose the ability to wordsmith anymore. It's just anger beyond anger. It's like
Great.
Lino had sight beyond sight. They have anger beyond anger. Okay. All right. So you did that,
Yep.
and yeah, movement. Where are you sticking or moving?
I'm gonna move just a little bit further back
Okay.
because I don't want to be near these annoying turd gerbils.
That seems absolutely reasonable.
And then with my bonus action,
Yep.
I will give Bardic Inspiration to Vivian.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff.
It's 2 of my 4.
Okay.
I don't believe
good
I have
stuff.
anything else. No.
Okay. Good stuff. Vivian, you were up. You have that Bardic Inspiration sitting there.
Okay, I'm going to do a series of things here. So,
I'm sorry. Hold on one sec. Just a quick reminder. Reginald, don't forget about your overall inspiration that you still have from chat that you'll
Correct.
be able to use. So just want to remind you. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead as you were saying, Vivian.
Right, series of things. So, let me do my rolls and look at them before I decide, if I need to use the inspiration on that thing or not.
Okay.
So I'm going to start out with a double attack. Well, actually, I'm going to start out moving here, equally between these two guys.
Okay.
Then I'm going to do a double attack against this guy with my scimitar and then with my short sword. Oops. D20 plus 8. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and use the inspiration on that. So what's that? Plus D6 or plus D8?
Yeah, your Bardic Inspiration, Reginald, is a Is it D6 or D8?
Oh, it is. Where did you go? Why did you hide from me? D8.
Yeah, I thought it would be D8 by level 6. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so 13 plus 5 is 18.
18 will hit. Yep.
So that's the scimitar. R D6 plus, oops, sorry. So just add 5 to that. So 4 plus 5 is 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Okay.
All right, and now with the short sword, 20 plus 8 again. Short sword, 26.
That, absolutely. That's a lot of hit.
Yep. All right, so that's 6 points. Next, I am going to spend another combat superiority die with sweeping attack. When you hit a creature, which I did, you expend 1 and attack another creature within 5 feet of that target.
Nice.
So I got to do an attack on the other troll.
All right.
You are a combat machine.
The power of Battlemaster.
Just an 11 on that one.
11 is not going to get it done, unfortunately, on that one.
Okay, next, I am going to do my fighter action surge, take 1 additional action.
There you go. There you
So
go.
I'm going to do another double attack against the guy that I've hit several times already.
The bottom one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just a 9.
That's sadly a miss.
Okay, and with the short sword,
You don't have a inspiration from chat sitting around, do you?
not unless Sean wants to give me his inspiration.
Yeah, I cannot convert or throw it over. You can always appeal to chat, though. You can always appeal. Say,
Does chat
help
want to give
out."
me some help here?
Will chat inspire Vivian to greater heights? Even though technically I shouldn't allow that ex post facto, but I will. Though the Rising Tides has redeemed Arvanaut inspirations.
Wow.
Coming
So-
through. All right, good stuff, Rising Tides.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
All
I
right.
got you. I won't bother to give it to you over. So nice work, Rising Tides. Okay, go ahead and roll again. Do not allow his sacrifice to go in vain.
That's just an
Well,
11, so
yeah,
that doesn't help
sorry.
a lot. All right. Okay.
The troll is
and for
like,
the
I don't
second
care
roll-
about the rising tides.
Right. So for the second roll of my 2, 20 plus.
It's a good
8.
call, though, rising tides.
All right, 26.
Hey, that's a hit for sure.
And so R D.
You did. You tried.
Plus 5. That's 9 points.
9 points.
9
That's-
more points on that troll.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage at one. Okay, so you've definitely gotten its attention. It has been slashed in a number of places, and it is not like staggering close to death yet, but you've definitely woken its attention upon you is there.
All right. And that is about all I can do. Yeah.
Seems
Okay.
reasonable. Good stuff. Okay, you're gonna stay where you are between them because that's how you got all that movement in the first place.
Yes. Thank you for the inspiration, the rising tides. I'm sorry my roll did not take advantage of that.
It's all right. The dice rose in the next roll. So we'll move on to Ilorian. You're up next.
Yes, I am. So Lorian reaches with one hand, grabs his holy symbol, raises it to the skies, and said, "By Bahamut, you are going to pay for what you have done," and was going to cast Call Lightning.
Ah, lovely.
So a storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius. Center of the point you can see 100 feet directly above you. When you cast a spell, choose a point you can see within range. A bolt of lightning flashes down from the cloud to that point. Each creature within 5 feet of that point must make a dexterity saving throw. So I am going to... Now, I don't want to hit our friend the fighter, so I'm going to drop it right here. So it just hits that troll.
Yeah, gotcha.
So he's got to make a dexterity saving throw or take for half the... You take 3d10 of damage, dexterity saving throw for a half.
Okay. And you said the DC for you, saving DC is
13.
13. Well, he's not going to get it. He slips and sort of roars angrily as he zigs when he should have zagged.
And he takes 21 lightning damage.
Yeah!
And gets pushed 10 feet.
Ooh,
in a
Interesting.
direction of my choice.
What's
Vivian,
your
where
choice?
where would Vivian want that? What would be best for you, Vivian?
I'm not going to allow that, actually. You
Okay,
got to decide that because you
okay.
can't.
I'm gonna push him to here then.
Okay, so like here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So she can still hold the both of them.
Yep. Good stuff.
Okay.
All right.
And of course, I mean, as long as I can keep the concentration up, I can keep throwing lightning down. At
That's
these
true,
guys.
actually. That thing just keeps staying.
Yes.
Okay. How long does it last? For like
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Assuming I can hold the concentration, I'm just keep shocking these guys.
Yeah, I'd
That's my
recommend
plan.
everyone's form a shield wall and just keep Alorian there. Okay, do I have a... Wait a second, do I have a... I'm just looking to see if I have something. All right, wait. One last thing. It'll look cool, but it may not work out. No, that's a. No, these are all elementals. I don't want elementals. All right, never mind. I was going to bring up this big cloud, but never mind. I don't want to slow us down. Okay, good stuff. That is a highly effective spell in this situation. What I will do, though, is I will draw... I'm going to draw something to kind of indicate that. So we're going to go... Like, basically... You said 60-foot radius?
Yeah.
It's like... Whoops. Okay. Yeah. That's a, that's a lot. So this storm just rains down. You also hear a as if something is jumping out of the way of bolts of lightning that you can't see. You don't know what that is, but all right, good stuff. Good stuff, Alorian. And you're staying where you are, I assume. Otherwise, or are you backing up 5 feet, or what are you doing?
If I move, it's going to get an attack of opportunity.
You could disengage though. You could drop back 5 feet if you want. It won't get an attack of opportunity there.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Okay, just go ahead and, yeah, perfect. I was just going to say whichever one you want. Sounds like a plan. Okay, so that was Alorian. So, they take the damage on your turn or on their turn?
Well, because it's an action by me to call the lightning down, so it's my turn.
So, okay,
I have to say, like, my turn, lightning goes on.
Call lightning again, call lightning again.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you can move the effect?
Anywhere within that circle.
Okay, interesting. So they will... That's... Okay. Ah, man, what are they going to do? That is interesting. They probably are going to... I don't think they're that bright. They're not going to figure it out this quickly. Okay, so they are going to focus their attacks on Vivian. And so this first one is going to attempt to... Let's see. Is going to try to bite and slam. Ugh, this bite continues to do big work for them. 24.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And the slam is a critical miss. But the bite is going to hit, and that is going to be... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Because it has to roll... No, because it would only be a 23. A 23 would still hit, right?
Yeah, they're not at disadvantage or anything, are they?
They are not. No, I did roll for the Bane just now, but that's a -4 or -1 d4. And it was only -1 in this case. Okay. So, that's... Okay. So you're going to take 10 more damage, Vivian, 7 of which is piercing and 3 of which is cold.
Okay, I think I will let that stand. I think it's more important to get another attack next time.
Okay. And then the second troll, which is getting zapped, is probably not going to realize that it's going to continue to happen for at least a turn. So I think it's going to attack again and is going to also try to bite slam. This is going to be a 16.
No.
And a 16.
Yeah! I mean, no.
Wow. The troll attacks have not been impressive so far, although when they hit a lot. All right, that's going to bring us back up to the top with Sir Reginald and Vivian on deck. Reginald, what'd you like to do? There's a cloud of lightning zapping some trolls.
Well, this is the moment when I realize that my character technically gets 2 attacks and I've not been taking them. So, guess what we're gonna do this turn?
2 attacks?
I mean, to be fair, a whole turn got skipped because I became
were an ice.
a
Yeah.
Reginald Icicle. So
Yeah, they only really
Yeah.
applied for the 1 turn.
yeah, so such is life. So, of the 2 of these, which one looks like it's the most injured at this moment?
The one that is standing in the blue circle to the right.
Got it. Okay, well, he's gonna get hit again, so I'm gonna hit the other one with Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
This time it's gonna be about his father, about how his father really wishes that he hadn't gone off to that terrible college and got drunk on weekends, and that he is a great disappointment to his entire family line on his father's side.
Shut up. Seems very. Okay, and and rolls almost a natural 20. It's like, yeah, I like college. And
What's the DC on that, on your thing, Sean?
I think it's 16, right? You said? Or 15?
Where was it? Oh, yeah, sorry. My brain just like had a fart. Yeah, it's 15.
Oh, okay, so the Bane wouldn't possibly save it. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, and I can't use inspiration for that, can I?
No, because it has to be your thing. Like
Right,
its
yeah.
save is, so yeah. So
Got
it would have ended up with a 16, which is slightly more than needed.
Yeah.
Close though.
Okay, close
yeah,
enough.
It is not viciously mocked. But you said you
Okay.
have 2 attacks.
Yeah, that is correct, which means I'm now going to shoot it in the face with an arrow.
Oh yeah, well then take this. Okay.
So, yeah, if it doesn't want to take damage the way that I would prefer, which is to its mind, it can take it in the form of, flint right into the eye socket.
Yes, an arrow to the face.
Yeah.
And this one you could use inspiration on if you want to inspire in this attack. You have to do
I
it
do.
before. Okay. So you will roll twice regardless of the situation. You get here.
Yeah, I win.
Yep. 21 does hit.
Awesome. And then, let's see, so it's 1d8 plus 3 piercing. I do 7 measly damage to its eye socket.
All right. It does not like it though. Plucks the arrow out of its eye socket. Seems very upset
Great.
that it's been done. Okay.
And then, with my bonus action, I will give another bit of Bardic Inspiration to Vivian.
Okay. That's good timing and you're staying where you are movement-wise, Reginald? Which is
Yeah, I
behind
think I'm
Delorian.
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good timing because Vivian is up next with the Bardic Inspiration provided and this troll getting wailed on by the lightning.
Okay. Would you say that I would say that I've worked enough with Araman to realize that the troll within the circle is going to take some damage
Mm-hmm.
regardless.
I would say.
How badly off does that troll look?
That troll has been hit a lot. It's not close to death yet, but has definitely been hit significantly. But like I said, I wouldn't put it like right on the edge of death.
And trolls regenerate.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
Okay.
follow, by the way.
Yeah, I was tempted to leave him to the spell effect and go for the other one, but I think it's more important to get at least one troll finished off. So I will once again attack this troll, the troll within the spell circle, twice.
Strikes me as wise.
See
Okay.
where that gets me.
Okay. Looking at a 17 will hit.
Cool. That's another 9 points of damage. And with my second attack, boom, another 17.
All right, another hit. So we got 9 and
6 plus 5. That's 7 points of damage.
16. Okay. Yeah, now it's starting to look kind of messed up, this troll.
All right. But I only have 1 action surge, prolong rest, so I can't get him again.
Have you used the inspiration already?
I don't need the inspiration. Doesn't give me an extra attack. It just helps me when I do make an attack. So
Oh, okay, got it.
I'm gonna hang on to my 1 remaining combat superiority die.
Okay.
So since I am small, can I run between these 2 people up to here?
But not out of their range? Like
But
just...
not out of their range.
I'm going to ask you to make a dexterity check. Not a super difficult one. I think you can probably
Sure.
do that. And if you have acrobatics, I would take that too.
Let me see if I have acrobatics. Hang on.
Might be a little bit better.
I do.
Okay.
14.
Yeah, I think that's enough. So the classic, trying to get you while you dodge through, and you are now on the other
Yeah.
side and right next to a cloud. Okay.
Yeah, the idea is I'm trying to get the farther out troll to follow me and possibly fall into that circle of storm.
Yep, get me into the lightning. I got you. Good stuff. Okay, good stuff, Vivian. That brings us to Illyrian. This is where you call down lightning again, as I understand it.
Now, if I drop it here, wouldn't I get both trolls? 5 feet, isn't this 5 feet away? Or
Well,
this is out of the circle. It
so
wouldn't count?
yeah, because technically it's out of the circle, because you can't move the effect, but you can do it within that spot. Although, actually, let me think about that. So it comes down.
It comes down within the circle. Each creature within 5 feet of the point must make a dexterity save.
Yeah, you know what? Then yes, I think it does hit it, because those are 5-foot squares. So yes, I think so. I think you're right.
Okay, then I'm going to shock both trolls. They
Okay.
both make a dex saving throw, please.
Because you're doing it basically by their feet, essentially.
Yep.
Okay, the one that's in there misses horrifically, and the one that's outside of it is Dex is not their thing. Both of them miss.
Both of them take 27 lightning damage.
Okay, 27 lightning damage. I have to tell you that this call lightning may be, and I think Critical Crafting is going to agree with me, the most effective spell you could have used against these particular creatures at the moment. Like, this is pretty slick, actually. Okay.
And I'm going to push the both of them 10 feet east into the
I was wondering about that.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Oh. Oh. All right. I am such a big fan of this spell. All right.
I should clarify that effect is not due because of my call lightning. That's because of my ability as a Tempest Cleric that lets me do that. I should clear that for everybody. That's basically Thunderbolt Strike. Whenever I do lightning damage to a larger,
you can move them
creature.
because of your Tempest Cleric.
Right. Yeah. So I just want to clarify for listeners. It's not because of the spell. It's because I'm a Tempest Cleric.
Yeah,
So that really synchronizes well.
I will do that Critical Crafting, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, this particular spell is particularly useful in this situation. Yeah.
Hey, Arvin.
Yes.
Since the troll on the right moved out of my range, does that mean I get an attack of opportunity on it?
Why not? It was moving out of it at the same time. It was doing it, of course. Sure. Why not? I love the idea. And, of course, at some point, right, I assume that Illyrian... Yeah, sorry. No, does not hit, though. But I would assume Illyrian at some point you have to do you know what happens to someone struck by lightning? Same thing as anyone else, right?
Exactly.
At some point, got it.
From a maelstrom.
Oh man, the movement part is the thing that's badass, because yeah. All right, so let's see. Right, that was yours. Okay, so that was that, and you can move if you wish, Illyrian. I don't know if you want to move closer or farther away, stay where you are.
I'm fine exactly where I am.
Okay. All right. So, it is the trolls' turn, but before the trolls go,
Oh
and-
yeah. Critical Cat pointed out that the storm is a 60-foot radius. You have it as a
yeah, that's true. I
Even
do have it as
bigger.
a higher one. Yeah.
yeah. So it should be even bigger circle.
It would probably be well.
So it should be 30 feet. Yeah, 30. Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be like that.
Be like that.
Let me see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 40, 50. Yeah, that's pretty close, I think. So let's say. And then, but I'll make it so that it's not actually affecting Vivian, who's been trying to stay out of it. They are still. I mean, they are still going to be in the circle because Vivian's outside the circle. So I think that's about right. But yeah, that's a good call.
Nice.
There we go.
Yeah. Pissed off the Tempest Cleric. He's gonna shock you.
Okay, so
I'm
what
happy.
that does now is and I so you're sitting here and then there's again a and then and I would say Vivian probably can't see this. Well, maybe I would say all three of you maybe do. Emerging from basically right around here, you see what looks for all the world like a loaf of bread, and I swear to God, this is not an ability I'm making up, goes flying out of invisible space and right towards the troll.
Bread attack.
Yeah, and hits. Literally, this attack is called stale bread. I swear to God.
Okay then.
And is going to do some damage. And this is the part that cracks me up even more than that. It has to. Does it do this? Please fail. Yes! And it critically fails a strength saving throw and thus is knocked prone. I don't know why a stale piece. It doesn't say anything about creature size. I must admit to being slightly uncertain that this is how it would actually work. But this is a magical creature that's doing it. So, what can I say except you're welcome? What can I say? So, yeah, this thing is knocked. Happy birthday to the ground by the troll. It is knocked prone.
Oh boy.
And, yes. And you see just for a moment what looks like a mask of a booted creature, and then it disappears again. Okay. So that was before they got a chance to go. So the first one is going to try to stand up. Is going to do so. And is going to, I would say, try to stumble. It's still not going to do it all the way. Will stumble half out of the cloud towards you, Vivian. And it's going to try to do the bite slam combo. Ooh. And it is going to as it bites down, it does so a lot. It is going to critically hit you on that bite.
Wait. Don't forget the Bane.
Yeah, but a critical hit is a critical hit. Let's see about the critical. So it would be a 29 minus 1 is a 28.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but that actually probably means that it doesn't do quite the same amount of damage it would. So that's actually, it's a good call that it doesn't max out the damage it would normally get. So, that Bane has been useful. By the way, is Bane concentration?
No.
Okay, good. That's good then. So, you're looking at 12 points of damage, Vivian. That's 10 piercing and 2 cold.
Okay. I'm still in decent shape.
Okay. So that was the bite slam. Now this thing stumbles forward again just to the edge of the storm, doesn't get quite out. And then it throws its body backwards. And, sorry, echo machine. And spikes of ice shoot out from its skin. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as these spikes go flying towards you.
Ooh, Oh wait, I still have my inspiration
Might be a
from.
good time to use it.
Yep. So that's a total of 16.
Ooh. That was the Bardic, right? So let's see. Is it just D8 or is it D8 plus? Is it just D8? I think it's just D8, right? Bardic Inspiration.
I think Bardic.
Just be the D8, yeah.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
plus
it's just the
level or
D8.
something?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Okay.
It's D8 because yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not quite enough. Need to be a 17. It is so you are going to take piercing damage as this thing slams into you. You are going to take 10 points of damage, Vivian. And you are now restrained because the spike is through your shoulder and into basically the boulder behind. In fact, it actually takes you here and is like slam, like in the side, basically.
Can I do the parry this time?
To try to parry.
Reread that thing again.
I guess it'll allow you to parry it in terms of damage. You're not going to be able to parry the restrain. So,
Okay.
yeah. So are you going to do it?
Hang on, I'm trying to pull up the thing.
Okay. Also, hi, Dino Thunderlung. Yes, this is a 5e game. Stale bread. I saw that. I'm like, any creature is knocked down. Listen, I've been hit by stale bread before, and it is true. It is a fearsome weapon. But
All right, so reduce that damage by 8.
okay, so you're looking at, what was that, 4? Sorry.
Yes.
So you're
But I'm pinned.
You're pinned. What are you at hit point wise? What do you have yourself at? 20.
Let's see. So I've lost 12 and 10 and now 4. Plus there was like 5 points or something at the beginning.
Well, no, I just mean just now. I mean, like, what did I just do?
Just now?
To you?
4.
No, what is your total hit point level that you're at right now?
Right. So the
Oh, that's what you're
damage I've
calculating?
taken
Okay.
is like 12, 10, 4, and whatever it was at the beginning.
Okay, because I
5
think
or
I
so.
have you
So
at
I'm
like
down,
24 out of 58, I think is what I have you at, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I was just, my rough calculation is down about 30, so that sounds about right.
Okay, cool. All right, good stuff. Yes, you are restrained by, and let's just make a little marker on there so we don't forget. You are restrained. You have been spiked. There we go.
Yep.
Okay. That is going to be that. This guy is not prone anymore, although he is still baned, as we've discussed. Okay. And that is going to bring us, the troll did that, and that's going to bring us up to the top. All right. Sir Reginald Bartholomew, the trolls are being slammed by this incredible lightning storm, but you've also just seen your companion be pinned by an ice spike. I think you're muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's good.
Can I shoot the ice spike with an arrow and break it?
No, the person is going to have to basically attempt a new saving throw. Oh, in fact, you can do that this turn. No, it has to be the next turn. Next turn, you'll be able at the end of your turn, Vivian, to try to break free of it. But no, you can't shoot the ice spike with an arrow. Unfortunately,
All right.
Reginald, it's not going to break it.
There's really not a lot I can do then. Okay, got it. Well, great.
You could give bardic inspiration to her, which would improve the chance of making that saving throw.
Well, it will be the last inspiration die I can give until I believe until I rest, or till the day ends, whichever one comes first. And so I will very strongly consider it, Vivian, but for now I'm going to try to hurt one of these trolls for hurting my friend. How dare they?
Mm-hmm.
How dare they? So, I am going to viciously mock another one.
Okay. This guy down here is looking
I viciously
exceedingly
mocked
hurt.
that one, by the way, and he should have had a disadvantage on attack rolls. Which is a thing I forgot.
Yes, that's true. I didn't think about that, but yes.
That's my fault for not mentioning it.
This was the one who actually shot the spike, which was not affected by that anyway, but that's good to know for this one. I don't think this one actually hit. This one was too busy getting... This one missed with its bite slam regardless, but
Okay,
that's important to remember, though. Yeah.
Well, if I succeed this time, we'll remember it this time, because these things hit too hard, and I don't like it.
Like a truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, my God, they're so mean. Someone needs to, like, take them out for dinner or something. Jeez.
Well, they're trying to take you out for dinner. That's what's going on right now. I mean...
Well, right now I'm going to be collecting some hide and making new armor. Wow. Well, anyway, I'm going to viciously mock... I guess... Well, which one should I viciously mock?
Which one looks more injured?
This
That
one
would be
that's
the question.
out of the cloud look quite injured.
All right, I'm viciously mocking him.
Okay. On his injury, like, you know, I've seen better looking trolls. Okay. Okay, so you viciously mock him, and he is going to not make his wisdom save there. All right, he has been viciously mocked, so he will get disadvantage. And also, how much damage will you do? Let's find out together.
4.
Okay. Yep.
I
looking-
love how much damage it does. It does so much damage. It's the most damaging of damaging abilities.
It's actually the disadvantage on the attack rolls that's the big deal. That actually really helps a lot.
And then I'm going to shoot it in the face
Okay.
with a bow and arrow.
You may proceed and do so.
And I'm going to use that inspiration. Or I already used it, didn't I?
You did.
I did
on
use
the,
it. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
Yep, never mind. And then I believe it's +6. Yeah.
Yeah.
19 will hit for sure.
All right, and then 8
8
damage.
Alrighty. Good turn there. Looking, as I said, exceedingly hurt now.
And
Reginald,
I
are you
give
moving?
my last
Yep.
bardic dice. I do it like I blow my hands and I right at her, at Vivian.
You can do it. Like Todd, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff. And are you staying where you are, Reginald? Or are you moving at all?
I ain't going nowhere.
Like you huddle even further behind him.
I
Okay.
am very squishy. I am not going anywhere near something that wants to eat me.
Mhm.
No.
So, Vivian, good stuff. Vivian, you were up. Now, you are restrained, but that doesn't mean you're incapacitated. You can still, do several, you can try to do as much of your turn as you can, and then try to make the save with the inspiration, the bardic inspiration, to get out of this at the end of your turn.
I do the save at the end of my turn.
End of your turn, not the beginning, yeah.
Okay, well, first of all, then I will do my bonus action and take second wind.
Okay, that's very wise.
So that gives me 1d10 plus 5 of hit points back.
Okay.
So let's see what that does.
Wow.
So I get 15 hit points back.
I want you to know that I was typing in full hit points from that, like 39, as you were doing it. So I take credit for that. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Hashtag
All
last
right,
stand.
so that's my
right.
bonus action.
Yep.
Neither of these people are in range of sword or scimitar. And I dropped my bow a while ago. Let's
Mhm.
see if I have anything else I can do.
You can viciously mock them, but without the effect. I agree with everything Reginald said. And another thing. Lorien
I'm
is on
out of
deck with some more
combat
lightning power coming up.
superiority
Yes, he
dice.
is.
Yeah, there is nothing else I can do besides just try to escape.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to throw one of my swords at the people. Okay, so this is a dex save. Is that right?
This is a dex save, yes.
And I just got rid of my sheet, so hang on a minute.
Don't forget the inspiration.
Let's see.
I'm inspiring you right now.
Yes.
Inspire. Inspire.
You're such a good bard, Sean.
Right. Okay. So dex save.
Actually,
are
Midwinter sounds like a
20
perfume. Midwinter. Yeah.
plus 5, and then can I wait to see the die result before I decide whether to use the inspiration or not, or should I go ahead and add the inspiration?
Yes, but you can do it after you see the die result, but before I tell you whether it was succeeded or not.
All right. So don't tell me.
I won't.
That's a 20. I believe I'll hold on to that inspiration.
You fit. No, I'm just kidding. God damn it. No, that breaks you clear. So you
All right. So I
smash, like,
wrench
the-
myself
yeah.
free and stumble away.
all right. No longer
think-
restrained.
I will stumble behind the boulder.
Okay.
Probably very wise.
Actually, so end of your turn.
No, actually,
so you
that was
can't.
the end of my turn.
Yeah, you
Never
can't.
mind.
But you
Here
are
I
free
stay.
from it, though. That's the good news. Okay, Alurian is up next, and I sense some lightning in the future.
Yep, right here.
Okay.
So both of them make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Oh, God. Yeah, we got a critical miss and a 6, so I'm going to assume that's 2.
So they both take 15 lightning damage, and I will push them both 10 feet east into the cloud.
This one would love to get pushed, but it is too busy hitting the ground with a thud.
Oh, good.
It hits the ground and does not move. This one, though, you said 15 and push.
10 feet. Yeah, 10 feet east.
Okay. All right.
News is they are now going to die because we are going ham.
Yeah. Okay. All righty. Okay, so 10 feet like that.
Yeah.
Further away. Good stuff, Alurian.
Further away into the cloud. Yeah.
Yep. What else do you want to do in terms of movement, etc.?
All right. I think I probably should move. Okay. It's difficult terrain, so I'm going to move half. So I'm going to move to here then. Get closer. Clark gets closer to the fighter, who's been taking it rather rough.
Yes. It's been an interesting experience there. Okay. All right. And then, let's see. I can't get to this one. Right. So, the next thing that you see... Okay. Yes. So, again, and this time I would say that it is a what looks like a croissant. Like a death boomerang goes
Yes,
flying out,
Croissant.
towards this thing. Let me see. A stale croissant is not something you want to mess with.
Wow.
Let's see. That's not, however, quite going to the troll like sort of misses, and you hear a which I don't know if you ever gave the helmet back, Reginald.
No.
So I would say
No
that
helmet.
probably you just hear it as like, God damn it! It's something about yeasty bread or something is what it sounds like, a curse or the equivalent of it. And then Door Sniffer disappears again. Okay, well there's only one troll now, and that troll is going to get up and with rage and fury. It was never actually knocked prone because it didn't get hit by that thing, so it's going to go. Let's see. It is not affected by difficult terrain. So it's going to come halfway out here and is going to try to attack Vivian. And is going to do so with the classic bite slam. Now this one is not baned. You killed the one that
Right.
was baned.
Yep.
So this one is, we're looking at a 22 and a 27.
Oh man, alive.
And he's not mocked either, because the mocked one was also dead.
Yep.
Yeah, you concentrated
So
fire
that is-
almost too well.
11 on the bite, 9 piercing, 2 cold, which is 28 there. And then for the slam, we are talking about we're talking about 20 points of damage on that slam. As it just literally, it actually takes you and just slams you back into the rock, basically. And so you were at 8 hit points as it does this. And so it does that, and then, as you are looking at it, suddenly you're all watching, and to your horror, this thing goes, and it feels as if the ice that is surrounding it is encircling it, and it is quite literally growing. And by the time it's done, it is risen to probably 25 feet in height.
Yikes! Is it now a huge creature? OJ?
Yeah, it sure is.
Which means I can't push it anymore.
You might want to kill it fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's oh sure. Yeah.
I want to point out that apparently the stale bread still somehow knocks over a huge creature, which we have to have a discussion with the critical crafting people about something we call game balance, because I do not believe that a baguette knocks over a huge troll. But anyway. Okay.
Yeah, you talk about game balance while our main fighter has 8 hit points left.
That's
Okay.
not unbalanced. That's fighting a troll, my friend. 2 of them, actually.
We've been here before.
Sir Reginald Bartholomew, it is your turn. Are you going to viciously mock his new size? I don't know. I just want to...
Yes, of course I'm gonna viciously mock. Oh, getting in on the roids, are ya?
Oh, look, big man on campus. Okay.
Yeah, big dude. Look at you.
Okay, so...
How do his pants stay on?
His pants do stay on. They grow with him in some bizarre way.
Oh, sure,
Wow,
that
he's
makes
the whole
sense. Defying logic, just magic your pants into growing more. Yeah. You couldn't show us any troll dong. Like, come on.
I was about to say, like, I mean, did you really want me to have the loincloth break? Because,
Oh no.
because yeah, I don't think. Okay,
maybe.
so 6. So let's see. The DC you said was 13.
No, God no. My DC's better than that. What are you talking about?
My
Why
bad.
would you do that to me?
Mine's 13.
All right.
It's 15. It's 15, sir.
Yeah. He gets a 15. So, unfortunately, he has saved against your vicious mockery. Apparently, becoming huge has not decreased his confidence.
I don't feel like vicious mockery is good enough. It needs to do more. This is unacceptable.
It's that disadvantage to attack rolls, like I say, though, that does really,
No.
that helps a lot. In any case, you have a chance to fire away or viciously mock. I guess you can't viciously mock twice, but you could. I could
Isn't
actually.
that well
viciously
spelled,
mock
can't
once.
I?
Yeah, it's a cantrip, so you could viciously mock twice if you wish.
I'll do it again. And this time I'm going to talk about how his feet have athlete's foot. And he looks like he needs to have his nails just dealt with. He needs to go see some help for that.
This time he fails. Apparently, it was
Good.
the foot that did the thing.
Yeah, toe fungus.
Okay, what are we looking at for damage?
6.
Okay.
And he's disadvantaged now.
Yep, we'll have to make sure we remember that next time. Good stuff, Reginald. You're staying where you are now that Elorian has left you behind?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can do unless I get attacked, so.
Okay. That's going to bring us down in that case to Vivian with Elorian on deck. Vivian, you're in a little bit of pain, and this thing is now,
Oh, no, wait, no, can I do. Oh, no.
What's up?
I have Healing Word, which I can do instantaneously as a bonus action.
Did you?
Yeah, but that's also a spell, isn't it? You can't do 2 spells, correct?
If you bonus, if it's a bonus, you could do the bonus action thing is the thing that makes it different. Because the vicious mockery is a cantrip, which is part of your standard action attack.
Right.
Yeah, you can do Healing Word then if you want.
All right,
As a
I'm going to do
bonus
that for
action.
Vivian.
That is
Then-
not a cantrip though. Healing Word is probably like level. What is that? Level 2?
I believe I have it under level 2. Yeah.
Okay.
It's under level 1, excuse me. It's under level 1.
Okay. So how many hit? You go ahead and roll the hit points to see how much healing is done, please.
Okay, so it's 1d4 plus 7. If I can go to the right place, please. 10. You
Okay.
get 10 hit points.
All right.
welcome.
So Vivian is up to how many spells you have left, Reginald? Of the level 1 variety.
Well, I have 3 more, in fact, because I've not used the rest of my level 1s.
Okay. All right, that's going to lead us to Vivian, feeling slightly better, but still not in great position with this thing here.
Well, unless we take this thing down, we're all gonna die. So I'm gonna go full in on another double attack.
Okay.
So first attack, 17.
17 will hit.
$10 points of damage.
Okay. Yep. Starting to look kind of messed up.
Second attack misses, but since I just read through my character sheet again, I realized that on level 5 it says extra attack. When you take the attack action, you may attack twice total.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I should actually get 2 more hits at this thing.
Because, yeah, that's true. I would agree.
And I should have been doing it all along, but that's the problem when you don't read your character sheet carefully.
Yeah, I figured that out too.
We all learned together. In fairness, you were in the midst of trying to deal with 2 massive trolls, so.
All right, 27.
Yep. Better believe it.
That's 9 points of damage.
Okay. All right. And you're staying engaged with it, I believe, as we've discussed. So I think, assuming that's it for you, is it?
Well, it depends on whether you think that you may attack twice total with 2 weapon attacks means I should get a 4th hit at this thing. Or if you think I should stop at 3.
Yeah, I don't think you would get the... well, I don't think you would get the offhand, the second hand attack, because you're... Well... Every time you take the attack action... Attack twice. So you would just be attacking with the short... This is the sword? The short sword?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because you don't... Yes, you can do that.
Yes, I do, or yes, I don't.
Yes, you may do your second attack with that.
Okay.
Do just that weapon.
And that's a 28.
And that's a critical hit, so
That's
you
a
can
critical.
max damage. So
All right.
that's how I do it. So max
So
damage
that's
for that.
6 plus 5 is 11.
It's a good round. Okay. Okay. Now looking pretty messed up. Now it is Elorian's turn.
Yep, let's call lightning down right in the middle of him.
All right. Let's see it. Let's see it work.
All right, so roll saving throw.
Yep. Maybe this is a 17.
That will unfortunately save. So
Yeah.
he's only going to take half. So he only takes 7 points of lightning damage.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you later on another reason why this is being very useful. Okay.
Okay. Question is, can I? Is my breath weapon a? Oh, that's a regular attack, so I can't actually breathe too.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, so I can't do that as
Yeah,
well.
unless only be if it's bonus, but I don't think so.
Yeah, no, it's not a bonus action, but I will move to here so that if necessary, I can spell the cleric, spell the fighter. So
Okay.
yeah, that's that.
All right, that sounds like a plan. Okay. Then let us see. A Panini comes flying out of invisible space directly towards the chest of this creature. And we're looking at... that is going to be... It's not quite going to hit. So again, dodges out of the way. The the troll dodges out of the way of this attack. And again, you hear some bread-based cursing coming from the invisible space where the sniffer is. Now it's going to be the troll's turn. Now the troll has been viciously mocked, I believe, and therefore has disadvantage, which is fortunate because when this thing is huge and does stuff, it's not good. So it's going to attempt to absolutely obliterate Vivian if it can. Is going to attempt to bite and slam. And so... Right, yeah, so it's done like that, okay. So let's see. So we are looking at... Oh, man. A 25 or a 16, so it's a 16.
16 misses.
That's good. And now the slam. Wow. See, this is what I mean about Vicious Mockery. So that would have been a 23, but instead it's a 14. See? Because it was
Well done,
viciously
Sean.
mocked. That's what, yeah. Because otherwise, the amount of damage it would have done is rather troubling. So it is very, very upset that it did not hit you and roars in anger and rage, and sort of stones start to fall again from all around you. And that's going to bring us up to Sir Reginald, who might want to be in the same business again of this stuff.
Know your role.
How do you like me now, huh? Yeah. Vicious Mockery. And this time, like, I put my hands up like shooter guns, and I go, "Wah-da-ba-ba. Let's do it."
Utterly fails its wisdom saving throw on that one. And thus is hit. Go ahead and roll your damage for this.
Only 3.
Okay.
But that's okay.
I mean, it's
because
inured to your mockery, but nonetheless is affected by it.
It's hurt.
Right.
And then I shoot it with an
Okay.
arrow.
Shoot it in the face.
D20 plus 6. Oh,
Okay, that is not going to hit, unfortunately.
no, that was bad.
10 will not get the job done.
That made me
Reginald, are you
sad.
staying where you are?
Oh, yeah. I'm not getting any closer to this thing. Absolutely not.
Okay. That brings us to Vivian with Illyrian on deck. All right, Vivian.
All right.
Still there in front of this massive thing.
Yep, you know what I'm doing.
Okay.
First attack. 15, and now I will use that inspiration that I was so kindly given to that earlier. And that is our D8. 15 plus 3 is 18.
Will hit. And a 15
So that's
would
the
not
first,
have, so good call.
and that is our D6 plus 5.
Like a whirlwind. Like every time
Okay,
she
10
hits,
points
it's just
of
like
damage.
Ooh.
That was the first attack.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, Battlemaster fighters are pretty dope.
I believe that 27 hits.
Yep. It's amazing how being pierced by an ice spike focuses the mind on the combat to come.
no kidding.
Indeed. Okay, that one does 9 points of damage.
Okay.
And now I will take those extra attacks that I did last round.
Mm-hmm.
So that is our D20 plus 8. That's a 23.
Well, hit. Well, this has
Chop,
been a
chop,
heck
chop.
of a round.
He's having a bad day now.
Man.
That's 8 points.
Okay.
And
Looking
for the
extremely
fourth-
hurt.
Roll. Oops. The fourth roll misses.
The last one. It's last chance. Okay. All right. Hell of a round, though. Okay, and you're staying still connected to it, engaged with it, so to speak?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm certainly not going to give it an opportunity attack on me.
I would think not. Okay, that's going to lead us to Ilorian. This guy's very hurt.
All right, let's try shocking him one more time.
One more time. Oh yeah, 7. That's not going to do it. Is it?
Okay, great. Okay, so I am going to channel my divinity to where is it? Destructive Wrath. You may take maximum damage when you roll for lightning or thunder damage. So it takes 30 lightning damage.
Okay, so this lightning bolt just strikes down on this thing, and the lightning just sort of, and Vivian and Alorian have to dodge out of the way as this thing stumbles forward and just hits the ground. Huge puff of smoke goes up, and there's just the snow kind of settles down over these unmoving creatures, and as it hits the ground, you suddenly are aware, as you're sort of staring down at this chewing sound, and slowly emerging into view is the appearance of Door Sniffer, who's just chomping on a roll, staring down at
Door
this dead
Sniffer.
thing. And that is a very good spot, I think, for us to put the adventure on hold, the session on hold with this. Now, I will say that the next session will definitely conclude, but I wanted to make sure that we got through that fight. I normally do not do this, but I am going to say, since Critical Crafting, since Dylan said it was okay to do so, that quite literally that regeneration ability is only prevented by continual application of lightning damage. So
Holy
that electrical damage, honestly, was hugely important, because otherwise it was going to regenerate, not everything, but it would regenerate a certain number of hit points per turn. So that
Wow.
helped a lot,
Wow.
like
Wow.
a lot, a whole lot. I was worried at first because I was like, you know what, this may be a problem, because I don't, and the one didn't have a chance to get the enlarge up and the other did, but by that point, Reginald's vicious mockeries were really getting the job done at that point. And so the vulnerability and ways of negating regeneration is actually taken from Nordic lore, where Thor defeated trolls primarily with lightning and they were damaged or afraid of lightning. That's really cool. Yeah, I read that and I was like, this is not the way it normally works, but these were, so yeah, I saw that when you're like, call lightning. I'm like, wow. I'm like, apparently Bahamut, around the Christmas tree, Bahamut was like, here you go, here's this. So pretty slick. That was badass. And Vivian was just wailing away on the Blademaster stuff. And again, Reginald, Sean, you were feeling down about Reginald's thing, but the vicious mockery was important, or Vivian would have gone down like 100%. Because if that thing hit, it was going to do basically like, a minimum of like 35 points of damage per round. Like it was huge troll. So
I'm never gonna let her forget it. Don't worry.
But this was good stuff. And we got some role play in here as well, especially early on. So that was fun to see. And we haven't had any combat in this, and we got a chance to actually showcase a little bit of that combat here. And the combat maps too. It also didn't help at the beginning of the fight that the perception rolls were so bad that you literally didn't know what they were. You're just like staring at the skeleton. I'm like, oh, 2 boulders. Anyway, but this was really good stuff, and I really enjoyed watching these folks make their way to it. Also, some of the other clever stuff, in the root cellar, the idea of throwing the flour on the creature. I wasn't sure, Reginald, that you started off the best way with poking of the nostrils to persuade it was not that, but you managed to work through it through the careful use of food. And again, you get advantage on charisma-based ability checks in that setting if you are specifically using food. I'm not making it up. I'm like, did they read the adventure ahead of time? Because like it's right here. And so I thought that was cool. It was very appropriate to the circumstances, and it made it so that you were able to get a lead on this gorilla. So with that said, I will start at the bottom of the column again. Good work out of Vivian. We got a chance to see, Triffid, exactly what a battle master can do when they've got stuff going on. I'm going to have to go back and look at this afterwards, because I think I may have given you an extra attack that maybe I shouldn't have. But there was plenty there.
I forgot the attacks that I should have been making.
Right. I'm not sussed about it for that exact reason. Yeah. But it was good to see sort of Vivian doing that stuff. And there were also, some good moments of trying to figure out what was going on with the root cellar, although couldn't quite see what was happening with the perception things. But in general, it feels like Vivian had a pretty eventful and effective session, I would say. How did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Oh, I felt pretty great about tonight. I think we actually worked together as a team quite well.
You did.
Had some good ideas built off of each other's actions, and I had a lot of fun tonight. combat was certainly intense. And we still haven't faced Marilut. And there's certainly some more stuff ahead of us. But yeah, I had a great time. This is really interesting stuff in this adventure, and looking forward to round 3.
Good stuff. And where will we see you next on or offline? In
Let's
places?
see. I had a new podcast come out with SFF Audio this week.
Cool.
You can find me on Twitter at PE Matson, where I post, whatever podcasts I come up on. And I'm not sure where I'll be next, but you can catch up with my activities on Twitter.
We will find you there. Thank you, Triffitt. Good stuff tonight. Also good stuff. Like I just said, I'll tell you what, Prince Justin, like that call, I couldn't believe. I'm like, wow. I'm like, well, listen, things were once in a while, you're just living right. Because the call lightning was hugely effective. It would have been effective anyway. But it just, the fact that this is the one particular thing that happens to cancel regeneration is hugely important in this fight.
I was worried because I thought trolls crap. I don't have any fire spells.
No, and it was exactly right. I was like, they're not going to believe me, but it says it right there in black and white. And the Tempest Cleric allowing you to push them back into the area of effect over and over really helped, because by the time he got the enlarge, they used the frost breath on you. They used the frost spikes. Like, they were using their special abilities. They only recharge once in a while on those things. But the enlarged thing, it was going to save until it was really pissed off. But then it just got hit for a lot, and a lot of it was just that constant raking of damage over and over. Yeah. So that was good stuff.
Protect your cleric.
Yeah, no, it was good stuff. How did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you?
I really enjoyed the combat. I really enjoyed watching these two play with our brownie friend, and even though I slept through half of that, and so great role play and great combat. So yeah, I had a really good time.
Good stuff. Where will we see you next, Prince Justin? Anything you want to highlight about new stuff?
As of this, I mean, if you're watching video on delay, it'll be too late. But tomorrow I will be on Christiana Ellis's Twitch stream, twitch.tv/Christiana Ellis. We actually took a 2-session break from Root. We're actually playing in the loop, so you'll be seeing me playing a teenager in a fictional Nevada city with robots and other weird things going around. And you can always find out all the things I'm doing, book reviews and podcasts and all the other stuff, by following me on Twitter at Prince Justin with a V.
Good stuff. Also supporting Prince Justin's Patreon, which is another thing.
Yeah, you can also put, I also have a Patreon, patreon.com/Prince Justin with a V.
That's good stuff. Thank you. Good stuff, Prince Justin, today. And like I said, this is super. I'm going to be thinking about the clutchness of that call lightning for a while. It was really useful. Good stuff. Also, again, some very good role player early on, Sean, with the stuff with Sir Reginald dealing with the on the ground. I love the pillow fort also, by the way, side note. So that was a lot of fun. And then later on, when you got up there into the combat situation, there was a vicious mockery and the occasional arrow shot. And then you were also using Bardic Inspiration, remembering the healing word. When you did it, even if you'd done it earlier, that could have affected things a little bit in one way. Also, the fact about the attack twice thing, but that only, as we said, was 1 turn's worth of missed. But in general, Reginald ended up being very effective because of the way he was able to do some stuff. He did deal out some damage. He did do some stuff. And then again, the vicious mockery with the disadvantage on attack is, again, a big deal in this fight when this thing hits with as much damage as it was, 20, 25, 15, 18, 25. It's a lot of damage to absorb at level 6. So you became very important as an aspect of that also. So how did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
I mean, I definitely agree with you that I was incredibly important for this entire
Clearly.
The most important, you might even MVP, perhaps.
Yes, MVP, right? Most valuable bard. Yes.
No, I had a blast. This was a lot of fun. I want to keep doing this kind of stuff over and over and over again. I know this adventure is going to end, but I don't care. I want to keep having fun. This is too much fun. I got to be a silly bard. I get to apparently shove my fingers into people's noses for reasons I still don't quite understand why that's his. I think it's just how he says hello. Um, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I would do this a million times because it's also really great to just kind of troll Paul a little bit. So
No, like you do that all the time in real life.
I know, but we get to play people who aren't ourselves, and it's amazing. Yeah. And then where you can find me, at Sean Duke on Twitter or SeanDuke.net. You can also find me on Twitch, which I'll be streaming again next week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, at Alphabet Streams, or the Skiffy and Fanty Show, which is my podcast, which is at skiffyandfanty.com, at Skiffy and Fanty on Twitter, or, wherever you find podcasts on like iTunes and all those places. It should be basically everywhere. So, yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you, Sean. And I will make just one quick programming note, which is that since we didn't quite finish, we will wrap this. And what I'm going to ask the players to do is to have us wrap this next month. February is when we'll do that. And then March will be a non-D&D with viewers month. That'll be Metroid Prime is what I do when I don't do the D&D with viewers. And then the month after that, which is April, is when we'll finally, at long last, wrap up our Legacy of Dragonholt playthrough that we've been wanting to finish. I've been wanting to finish for a while, and then we'll move on from there and see what we've got next. So that is the plan as we see it right now. But this was a lot of fun, and chat, can I get some love for our amazing players, for Sean Duke, for Prince Justin, and for Triffity Mats. Great work from the three of you. Enjoyed it a lot, and once more into the breach next month as we try to finally solve the mystery of the missing children. Chat, let's get some love for them, and thanks everybody. I will see you players very soon. Bye for now. Okay. And that also gives me a chance to thank Critical Crafting again. Yeah, looks like we got one more session to get this wrapped. I hope I did some justice to your trolls, because I was enjoying a lot of that. And then they started like putting in all these things. I'm like, oh my gosh. But it ended up being, I think, a pretty well-balanced affair in the end. I think it actually, came out pretty well. And I just couldn't believe, I seriously could not believe that he was like, call lightning. And I'm like, that's convenient. That works out, like, because man, like that was super, super important. And it was, we got a chance to get some combat in and a little bit of role play. And the first session was pretty much all role play, and you may get a chance to see more of which. Will there be more combat? Will there be more role play? Will there be a mix? We will see in our next session what happens, and see what Door Sniffer has for the rest of them as well. But so thank you to Critical Crafting for this. The Stale Baguettes, the Battle of the Stale Baguettes. But again, thank you to Critical Crafting for giving us a chance to showcase this adventure. It's good stuff, and like I said, I think it came out well for everyone. So but yeah, when he's playing a cleric of Bahamut, right? I know. I was just like, and I was like, I looked back at the troll thing and I'm like, oh, that's very useful. Like, and I think it was Lone Wolf in chat was like, maybe acid. I'm like, no, for this troll, what you want is lightning, actually. So that was super useful. And it was the perfect time for it anyway. Like, I mean, just outside with the 60-foot, it was great. So I really enjoyed this, and we'll have a chance to see more of this, as I say, next month. If you did like what you saw and heard, let me ask you all as well to stop back tomorrow, because tomorrow is I call it my flagship campaign only because it's the longest running one, and that's D&D with Infinity and Beyond. They are going to be playing Eberron, Oracle of War, Where the Dead Wait, and I should let everyone know that they're trying to basically hold off the siege against this cottage with all of these undead that are, and there's all this like ritual stuff that they found and they don't know why, and they're trying to get the Oracle of War back to salvation out of the Mourning, and it's the Mournland. It's a mess, and so they need to figure out how to fix all that. That's going to be happening tomorrow as well. If you are interested in this adventure, you should check out more stuff from Critical Crafting, and you just saw the link there, which is patreon.com/criticalcrafting, and there's a website, criticalcrafting.com. You should definitely check them out and support them, because again, it's good stuff, and you can get a lot of really good material material with really cool art, some of which I had a chance to showcase today. As far as we're concerned, please stop back, as I said, for more Eberron Oracle of War tomorrow night. And then Sunday, for those of you who missed this, we've got Bag of Giving, which is the charity stream that is run here, hosted on this channel, with the game Nightfell. Brandon Crilly is your GM for that. That's going to be happening at 3 p.m. Eastern. That is to benefit the Response Network. And it's a very good cause, and it's a very good game that I think you're going to have fun watching. That's 3 o'clock Eastern on Sunday. Then we're off Monday, and then again, for those of you who missed it, extremely important, Tuesday at noon Eastern, I have my Adventures in Middle-earth game, and I have a big, big announcement regarding that campaign and this channel, so you will not want to miss it. It is very good news for us, and you are definitely going to want to be here for that on Tuesday. Then I'm going to be playing some more Scholastic Crown of the Magister over on GOG Com's Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels. So that's what we got coming on over the next few days, and you should definitely not miss any of it. But that is going to do it for me for today. If you like what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you'll check out the YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Yeah, Rising Tides knows what this is about. So yeah, definitely do not want to miss. The website for this is arvineleron.com. Please join us at all of those places. Please sub to me again at the YouTube channel. I want to thank everyone who's been doing that. We've got a lot of subs in the last couple of months, but we're really trying to push that up to 1,000 subscribers. We're sitting at about 806 subs right now. Please do that. It's free for you, but it makes a big difference to my channel and will give us some flexibility with the YouTube stuff that we're able to do. So please do that if you haven't already. On the financial side, !ArvTreon is my Patreon, which is sitting right there. That is the financial backbone of the channel. It lets me get the camera, the lighting set up, the panels in front, allows me to commission overlays and music and things like that because of the financial support that I get there. So please, and it also helps my writing too, so I'm very grateful for those things. So please jump on board and support us with the Patreon. You can also get good stuff for yourself, including a copy of one of my band's albums, including a professional character background written for you, an epic poem written about you, one of my band's a professional writing critique. You can get all that stuff at the Patreon, plus inspirations to help the players. And as you noticed, that was helpful today, those inspirations. So you could definitely jump on board with that. Also, subbing to the channel allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes, which you can use everywhere across Twitch. And again, that also allows you, if you support at a high enough tier, that will allow you to also inspire the players, which is useful for these things as well. And yes, hopefully the return of CD&D Shadow Crew Adventures at the end of the month. I mentioned that was a good chance to do that, so I am excited, shout out, for things to get back underway with community D&D. That's going to be great. Last thing that I want to mention as well about this is the shop, !Arv shop. That's my merchandise area. You can get swag, not swag that looks quite like this. You can certainly try this one of my new favorite shirts, but it does have swag for Infinity and Beyond. It does have Adventures of Middle-earth stuff and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff over there as well. So please consider jumping on board, getting some swag, and supporting us at the same time. And if you haven't already done so, please support me on the publishing side. My Icarus graphic novel, !Icarus from Athos Arts, my 5e adventure supplement, !Library, Tales and Tomes from Alligator Alley Entertainment, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That again is going to be available in print in a few weeks to non-Kickstarter backers and has already gotten a very, very big response, but you'll be able to get it in print there. And that company, Alligator Alley, is going to be very prominently mentioned during Esper Genesis as well. I'm going to have a big announcement regarding that Kickstarter, Esper Genesis, our campaign in this channel as well, so you won't want to miss that. And also, Alligator Alley and Athos are working together on my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is launching this year, which is going to be a very big project for me. Greyshade is going to be published by Athos Arts, separate from the Kickstarter, May 31st. Soon thereafter, we're going to be running the Greyshade Kickstarter, which will be to publish the next two novels, the last two in the trilogy, and to publish a tabletop role-playing game as well from Alligator Alley, also an audiobook from Trendane Sparks, and maybe even a board game there as well. So that is going to be coming up, and Greyshade Chaos will tell you more about that. Last, if you haven't already done so, please consider supporting both the Black Lives Matter movement, !BLM, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and that that link, which is continually updated, has many resources available for you to be able to do that, not just financial ones, but advocacy, political action, and things like that as well. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. It is super late, and so I'm not going to do a raid today. I usually try not to do one if it's this late. I need to get to bed, and I want you folks to do that as well. But I do want you to come back Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern. So later today, 7 p.m. Eastern, for more of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Eberron, one of my favorite settings, with Oracle of War, Where the Dead Wait. You will not want to miss that. That is part 3 of the Oracle of War campaign as we move on, starting to move towards the end of season 1 of Oracle of War. So you will definitely want to make sure that you are here for that. That's going to do it for me. Much love to all. Thank you so much to my wonderful players, to Triffity Mats, to Prince Justin, and to Sean Duke. Thank you to the amazing Critical Crafting for providing us this, and I hope, and for giving us these amazing adventures to work with, and I hope they enjoyed what we provided today. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and the Rising Tides. Thank you as well for the inspiration there, Rising Tides. And thank you also, again, congratulations to Rising Tides on making Twitch affiliate, by the way. Thank you as well to my subscribers and Patreon supporters, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Rising Tides, Alphabet Streams, Configuration Queen. Thank you again for the gift sub to Alphabet Streams today, CQ. Critical Crafting, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, and Prince Justin. Thank you to all those lovely people, and thank you to my viewers, Cindy Ka, Gigafrost, Harlequin, LaKaylee, Lana Ray, Suberville, and Taco Tuesday. Thanks, everybody. Much love, and I will see you folks here Sunday for Eberron next month for more of Midwinter's Mourning, for the conclusion of Midwinter's Mourning next month. But until next time, everyone, be good to each other. Much love, and I'll catch y'all soon. Have a good night.